Listen. Paramashiva does 5 actions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting in delusion, and liberation. First 4, creation, he does by sitting in Brahmaloka. As a Brahma, he manifests and creates. Maintenance, he does by lying down in Paramapada as Parandama. Rejuvenation, he does as Maharudra in Kailasa, from Kailasa itself. Putting in delusion, he does through many of his forms, like Bhikshadana, all those forms he took just to put people in delusion. Liberation, for liberation, he always comes down to planet Earth. He has to assume human form. The form he assumes for liberation is Guru. Keeping liberation as a predominant activity, the form he assumes is Guru. I tell you, in the cosmic level, Paramashiva has 5 of his dimensions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5. In your microcosmic life, in your Pindanda microcosmic level, you play the same game. Every day, the new cells getting created, new organs getting manifested in your body is your creation. All of you need to know. Including your brain, everything gets newly created. New cells are created every minute, every second. This is your creation. In microcosmic level, in macrocosmic level, the planets which manifest planets are getting created. In microcosmic level, the cells are created. In the macrocosmic level, whatever is created is continuously getting sustained. In microcosmic level, the body you create is getting sustained. The life you manifest is getting sustained by you. You continuously breathing, inhaling and exhaling, keeping you alive is sustenance, maintenance in microcosmic level. In the macrocosmic level, destruction, rejuvenation, samhara is black holes swallowing big bangs. In the microcosmic level, the old cells getting killed and new cells getting formed is rejuvenation, samhara in your body, in your microcosmic level, Pindanda level. Same way, in the Brahmanda level, the delusion is cosmos creating deluges, pralayas to rejuvenate itself, clean itself. I told you, this year, not just corona, there are so many other natural calamities to clean. The collective negativity will happen. This deluge, pralaya, will clean up a lot of collective negativity. You can see the heat wave all over the world. All the Pancha Bhutas playing and aligning itself. In the cosmic level, this is the delusion, Prabhava going on. In the macrocosm, Pindanda level, you forgetting your existence as Paramashiva, higher reality, falling into the nightmares and going through, is the small scale Prabhava. Delusion, in the Pindanda, microcosmic level you go through. In the cosmic level, Brahmanda level, liberation, Anugraha is Paramashiva himself manifesting as this Nijavadara Nithyananda and making this Kailasa happen. And guiding all the beings in microcosmic level, Pindanda level, you receiving these powerful cognitions and liberating yourself from all these deluge by holding on to the Guru's feet is the liberation happening in you. Understand, whatever is happening in Brahmanda, macrocosm, is happening in your Pindanda, microcosm. So don't worry about your delusions. Don't be powerless about it. Don't try to work with the facts and figures externally. Don't try to work with the seen. Work on the seer. Understand, reactions are irresponsible actions without realizing the astitva of you. Understand? Reactions are irresponsible actions without realizing your astitva. Perception is incomplete expression of the experience. More you start seeing beyond perception, more of the existential physics is understood by you. Understand? The physics of perceived is energy cannot be created or destroyed. Physics of the physics is energy can be created, manifested, transformed, interchanged, maintained, destroyed, withdrawn. Energy can be manifested, created, generated. Creation is different, generation is different. For generation, you need some raw material. For creation, you don't need. Srishti, Icha Matra Srishti. Without even having Sangalpa or Icha as the source material. Manifestation. With or without or no reason. It can be generated, created, manifested in any quantity and quality. Maintained, sustained, interchanged, transformed, transferred, played with, hidden, stored, covered, withdrawn, destroyed, can be made to disappear without even the trace that it existed. All this and something more. The supreme, as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Bhagavan, Brahman, Sadashiva, cannot be translated by the word God. The Western definition of God is generator, operator, destroyer. Only three aspects. The Hindu understanding of supreme reality is generator, operator, destroyer, deluder, and liberator. The major two aspects of life, unfortunately, was never grasped anywhere else other than this Saraswati Ganges civilization. Only the Saraswati Ganges civilization understood the world beyond seen. If you don't understand delusion, you can't understand beyond the four dimensions. You can't understand reality in its completion. God is not Sadashiva. Maybe I can contribute a new word, Godel. G-O-D-D-E-L. G-O-D-D-E-L. Godel. Listen. Whenever God is not Sadashiva. Sadashiva, Brahman, Bhagavan, all these words used in the Brahman used in Upanishad, Bhagavan used in Puranas, Sadashiva used in Agamas, cannot be translated as G-O-D, God, used in Western theologies. Understand? These five aspects of Sadashiva in the manifest form is called Ishvara, unmanifest form is Avyakta. Even this five is only the manifest form of Godel, Sadashiva. Existence of Ishwaratva is nothing but the decision to own up the principle of creation, principle of sustenance, principle of rejuvenation, principle of delusion, principle of liberation in your existence. Understand? If you own up What you created, you sustained, you destroyed or rejuvenated, or you put yourself in delusion or freed from delusion, or from which you are liberated or liberating, want liberation. If you own up these 5 principles of your life, you become Ishvara for you. If you own up these 5 principles for a group of people, you become Kulapati to them, Ishvara to them. If you own up for a large number of people, you become Mandaleshwara. If you own up the same 5 principles for Mahamandala, you become Mahamandaleshwara. If you own up these 5 principles for the whole universe, you become Ishvara of Brahmanda. Let me explain. Listen, the moment I introduce the sacred secrets about Ishvara, that creation, protection, destruction, putting in delusion, liberation, Srishti, Sthiti, Vinasha, or Samhara, or Trobha. Next is Trobhava and Anugraha. Everyone has a question. Why should he put us in delusion? Fool. I should not even be translating in English, putting in delusion. It should be self-enjoying delusion. Nobody has put you in Trobhava. You put you in Trobhava. You started enjoying and you forgot why you started enjoying. So it became suffering. All Trobhava. The solution for Trobhava, you need to be having throwback bhava. Just go back and understand why you decided what you decided. Throwback bhava will liberate you from Trobhava. Anywhere you feel deluded, suffering, suffocated, tortured, go back to the source of those decisions, why you took those decisions, which is now extending into Trobhava. Today's onliner for all of you is throwback bhava will solve the problem of Trobhava. Nobody put you in delusion. You started doing something and forgot the context of why you started. Upgraded intelligence, covering the context of why you started what you started, is Trobhava. Upgraded intelligence, remembering the context of why you started what you started, is Anugraha. Apasmara is Trobhava, Smarana is Anugraha. Forgetting the context is Trobhava, remembering the context is Anugraha. That's all. To remind you with the context, Sadashiva happens as Guru. That is the highest Anugraha he can do. Understand? All the 4, Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, is operated from Turyatita, TATA. Understand these 2 principles. How to transform your death into rejuvenation, and how to transform your delusion into liberation, pulling out of the delusion. The fear of death is an unusual, abnormal, irrational fear of personally dying, or somebody who is part of you, they dying. Understand this too, you will realize your Sadashivatva. Creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, getting out of delusion and liberation. Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, Anugraha. All these 5 will become your powers. You will manifest Sadashivatva. You will manifest these 5 dimensions, 5 phases, PHASES of you, your existence. I tell you, when you get out of delusion, which you created, see, when you create, oh, this is difficult, this is bad, this is wrong, I can't, and made small mole into mountain and destroyed your life energy flow. But you decide, no, work is not bad. Being workaholic is not bad. It's not wrong. Nobody is exploiting me. I am stretching myself and becoming alive, active. By working, nobody died. Only by lying, everyone fell into depression and died. Destroyed themselves. By being active and overactive, nobody died. Only by over lying, people fell into depression and destroyed their life. When you realize and go on declaring, hey, I'm working, it is good, it is life positive, and get out of that laziness even once. You will gain so much confidence to declare the highest realities of you and stand up to it. Once I got addicted to this hotel coffee. In Thiruvannamalai, there's a hotel, Udupi Hotel. My guru, Raghupada Yogi, used to take me every day, morning, and give me that coffee and take me for the yoga. I got addicted. And morning when I get up and come with my guru, first thing I'll say, get me coffee, I'll tell. After a few days, I myself understood I am becoming addicted. Then I asked him how to get out of this. He said, just go and tell 3 people that I hate coffee, I don't want to drink coffee anymore. To my mother, to his wife, my Guru's Raghupada Yogi's wife, and Udupi Hotel owner. All 3. Only these 3 will give coffee for me. He told me, go and tell all these 3 people that you hate coffee and you don't like coffee, you don't want coffee, it's bad. I did it. I saw all 3 stopped giving me. In 2-3 days, I even forgot coffee. Listen, really this happened. When I started declaring, telling, first time when I told my mother I hate coffee, I don't like coffee, neither she believed nor I believed. But second time when I went and told my guru's wife, she thought maybe I'm a little cranky and my mood is not good. Or her husband would have told me to do this because she knows all the trick. Even if you are a great enlightened Siddha, your wife knows all your tricks. You are not beyond your wife. Your wife is the bigger Siddha, bigger person than all your enlightenment. And she knows all his tricks, all his techniques, all his methods. So she thought maybe he only told him to do this. That time when I went and declared to that hotel owner, Udupi Hotel owner, I also started believing and he also started believing. I tell you, that's all. Just listen to this powerful cognition. Paramashiva exists. with an individual, independent identity, with unimaginable form, formlessness, and the pure beauty. He manifests as Mahasadashiva and Sadashiva and Tatpurusha, Ishana, Agora, Satyojata, Vamadeva Murtis. In that forms also he manifests. Pray to each one of them, connect with each one of them, and I commit with you. They have blessed, I tell you the truth, they have blessed me, and they have authorized me to share the knowledge about them and introduce them to all of you and initiate all of you into the connection with them. So now, I am directly connecting all of you with them, one by one. First, I'll start with Satyojata Murti. Meditate on them. Don't close your eyes. Keep your eyes open. See how they look. This is the Archavatara Murti of Satyojata Murti. I'll chant the mantra. I'll connect you one by one with all the 7 forms. Satyojatam, Vamadevam, Tatpurusham, Ishanam, Agoram, Sadashivam, Mahasadashivam. Of course, Paramashiva. I'll connect you with all the Murtis one by one. Connect you ultimately with Paramashiva. I really want you to have intense connection. Satyojatam prapatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Satyojatam prapatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavudbhavaya namaha. Satyojatam prapatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavudbhavaya namaha. Satyojatam prapatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Satyojatam prapatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavudbhavaya namaha. Devaya namo Jyeshtaya nama Sreshtaya namo Rudraya nama Kalaya nama Kalavigaranaya namo Balaya namo Balavigaranaya namo Balapramadhanaya nama Sarvabhutadamanaya namo Manonmanaya namaha. Vamadevaya namo Jyeshtaya nama Sreshtaya nama Rudraya nama Kalaya nama Kalavigaranaya namo Balavigaranaya namo Balaya namo Balapramadhanaya namo Sarvabhutadamanaya namo Manonmanaya namaha. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Vamadevaya namo Jyeshtaya nama Sreshtaya nama Rudraya nama Kalaya nama Kalavigaranaya namo Balaya namo Balavigaranaya namo Balapramadhanaya nama Sarvabhutadamanaya namo Manonmanaya namaha. Agoramurti. Agorebhyo tagorebhyo gora gora darebhyaha sarvebhyo sarva sarvebhyo namaste astu rudrarubebhyaha. Agorebhyo tagorebhyo gora gora darebhyaha Agorebhyo tagorebhyo agora gora darebhyaha sarvada sarva sarvebhyo namaste rudrarubebhyaha. Om 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 Agorebhyo tagorebhyo agora gora darebhyaha sarvada sarva sarvebhyo namaste rudrarubebhyaha. अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो अघोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वतः सर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्
பூஜை வேண்டும் என்னாலும் அது மறைவேதம் சொன்ன சொல்லாதும் மதுரையிலே இன்று மன்னவனாய் கைலை மலை தலைவன் நின்றான் தனக்கென தானே ஆலயம் கண்டு தனையே பணிந்தான் சிவபெருமான் பொன்னே தந்தாலும் பொருளே வந்தாலும் இறைவனை மறப்பது சரியாகுமா நடுவூரில் நின்ற ஒரு தெய்வம் அது நலம் வாழ வைக்கும் சிவரூபம் எம்மையிலும் நன்மை தரும் தெய்வம் அது தென்மதுரை நின்ற குல தெய்வம் சிவமயமே என் அருகினிலே
ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदाशिवोम् ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु स एव सदाशिव ओम् सदाशिव ओम् सदाशिव ओम् Now connect with Sadashiva. सत्यो जातं प्रपत्यामि सत्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः भवे भवे नाति भवे भव स्वमाम् भवोद्भवाय नमः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय मनोन्मनाय नमः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदाशिवोम् ओम 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 कनेक्ट विथ Paramashiva Sadashiva. ओम Nithyananda Paramashivoham ओम Nithyananda Paramashivoham ओम Nithyananda Paramashivoham शृणुत ब्राह्मणाः सर्वे गुह्याद् गुह्यतरं परम् अस्ति मेरोर्उदग्बाघे महाकैलासपर्वतः साम्बस्य सगुणस्यायम् सबक्तस्येन्दुमौलिनः संवासे योजनानाम् च 20,000,000,000 दौहद्यमेतद्विगुणम् असय ज्ञेयम् द्विजोत्तमः नवरत्नमयम् तस्य मध्ये शिखरमुत्तमम् तत्रालयम् महेशस्य नानारत्नविचित्रितम् प्रकारगोपुराट्टाल वलभीभिर्विराजितम् तदा सिंहासने तत्र महान् शम्भुः सदाशिवः प्रफुल्लकमलोल्लास पञ्चविंशन्मुखज्ज्वलः धृतनानायुनोद्भासी पञ्चाशत्करमण्डितः प्रफुल्लरक्ताम्बुजाट्ट श्रीनाभ्याम् श्रीयुगपाज्ज्वलः विचित्ररत्नकसितः भूषणैरभिभूषितः अनेककोटिसूर्यापः परमानन्दविग्रहः अप्राप्तकृततनुः श्रीमान् लक्ष्यलक्षणवर्जितः यतो वाचो निवर्तन्ते अप्राप्य मनसा सह गंगाश्रय जटाचूट चन्द्ररेखा विभूषितः भस्मोद्दूलित सर्वांग व्यालयज्ञोपवीतवान् कपालमालाधारी च व्याक्रचर्माम्बरावृतः प्रतिवक्त्रम् त्रिनयनः भक्त सर्वार्थसिद्धितः प्रसार्य दक्षिणम् पादम् कुञ्जयित्वेदरम् पदम् अभयम् चक्रचूले च दङ्गबाणौकताम् भजे कट्कतोमर शक्तिश्च परशु सुप्रासपञ्चपान् अलाङ्कुशाक्षमालाश्च शुरिकाम् ध्वजदण्डकौ वज्रकुण्डासितम् श्राश्च ग्रहम् च पिण्डिपालकम् 25 तदा नो दक्षिणैश्चुभैः वरसावो मृगम् शङ्खम् केडपाश परश्वतान् मुत्करम् डमरुम् गण्डाम् रुद्रवीणाम् च पुस्तकम् कपालमुण्डकट्वाङ्ग कुशुण्डीपरिधानभिः बालम् भट्टसंवेत्तम् कमण्डलूहुदासनौ कर्तरीम् मुसलम् पिच्छम् पिप्रत्वामैस्तताकरैः महान् सदाशिवस्योऽयम् राजते तत्र पर्वते ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Nithyananda, What do each of you feel now with this powerful process that you all just did? Understand, like what Swamiji explained, God in Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not God, generator, operator, destroyer. No, he is God who creates, sustains, rejuvenates, pulls you out of delusion and liberates you. All these 5 actions are performed by Paramashiva, and this is called as Pancha Kritya of Paramashiva. Now each of the faces whose mantras Swamiji had chanted and given us the initiation, gave us a process to manifest their qualities through us and realize their existence in us. Satyojata, Vamadeva, Tatpurusha, Aghora, Ishana, all these 5 faces of Paramashiva are the faces through which he performs various different actions. Creation, see, when you understand God to be someone who creates, who sustains, and who destroys. This is the general understanding we usually tend to carry about God. Am I right? Now, when we carry that as our general understanding, it impacts the way how we relate with life. It's very, very important. Understand, it directly impacts the way how you cognize about yourself, about life. How many of you have seen, usually in especially India, let's say you have a meeting or let's say you have a party, you say everybody come by 6. You'll see slowly 6:15 only, half of the crowd would have come. Your 6 o'clock would be ringing at 6:30, 7 o'clock sometimes. It is not about, see, I'm not saying having that not being punctual to time or not being integrated to time or something, right? No. But that attitude is stemming from a very relaxed way of existence, like relaxed way where you feel, I'm going to exist for a long time because my existence is birth and death, birth and death, birth and death. Even if I'm not able to fulfill what I want in this body, I can take one more body. See, this will not be a very pronounced, clear thinking, conscious thinking every single time, but that will be the undercurrent from which these thoughts stem. How many of you understand? That thinking is influenced on how we cognize about who is Paramashiva. When you cognize about Paramashiva as, meaning when I say Paramashiva, your general understanding of God itself, how do you cognize God? How do you cognize his existence? It is too important for us to cognize this and understand this.
Every time when you cognize the powerful cognitions, when Swamiji reveals, let's say, for example, in this session, when Swamiji was talking to us, Swamiji revealed about the Panchakrityas of Paramashiva, how Paramashiva manifests. He sustains the whole universe. He creates Srishti, Sthiti, and then Samhara, the dissolution, through Bhava, putting people in delusion and pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberation. All these 5 faces of Sadashiva, Paramashiva, when he manifests as Sadashiva, he manifests with these 5 faces and he does the Panchakritya. Every time you listen to a cognition, a higher powerful cognition in truth about life, understand, you literally open yourself up to that experience, to that existence, being able to cognize the highest principles, the highest powerful cognitions, and being able to manifest that as powers. So this whole program is designed in a way where after every session, you experience the power manifestation, you discover how the power manifests in you. Every time you break a pattern, you will see how the power manifestation starts happening in you. Okay, now, today's day, as Sadashiva Murthy, we all connect to Sadashiva Murthy form of Paramashiva. We start being able to manifest the powers of consciousness over matter, length, breadth, depth dimensions, and synesthesia. Don't worry, we'll be explaining to you what all this means. In the Agamas, like we were sharing yesterday, there are more than 460 plus extraordinary powers that are described. Like, let's say, your ability to scan someone, identify what diseases they have, or being able to know where exactly a person is at any given point in time, or the power of clairvoyance. All these are elaborately described in our Agamas. One such power is the power of consciousness over matter, where you are able to move the coconut, you're able to move the object from your conscious will. Which means, now let's say there's an object in front of me. For me to be able to, like, let's say if I want her to move, if I want Mother Kritya to move, I have 2 options to do. Either I should push, or I should give her some external force, right? For anything, there's an external movement required. Let's say if I have to move an object, I have to lift it. If I have to if I have to move my mic, I have to move it. Unless I touch it, it's going to remain in its original position. This is a law of physics that all of us know, all of us normally function with. But there is something that is more intelligent, more powerful, in a higher frequency than the matter that exists, than you which exists, which is consciousness, which pervades both the matter and you. Using that consciousness as the tool, you can move anything that you want.
Actually, that's exactly the power we are going to now be manifesting. See, when you cognize about Paramashiva's Panchakritya, when you start internalizing, okay, how am I doing these 5 in my life? Swamiji gave a beautiful example, right, in the satsang. How just by declaring to 5 people, more than 3 people saying that, oh, I don't like coffee, I don't like coffee, I don't like coffee. He himself liberated himself, pulled himself out of the delusion that, oh, I like coffee or I'm addicted to coffee. Such a powerful example Swamiji explained to us from Swamiji's childhood. How many of you click with that? Like this, we go on doing the 5 actions in our life. Simple hug you give to someone and make them feel liberated from the suffering they are going through. You're liberating. This moment, so many cells are getting generated in your body. Your body is not the same as it was last year. You need to know. By 1 year period, your whole body, including the cells in your brain, the brain tissues, everything is completely renewed. So you're not having even a single cell the same way how it was a year prior to this. So you are completely new. How did you do that? You have the power to generate. You're creating those cells. You have the power to generate. You're able to create these thoughts. You have the power to generate. You're able to generate these visualizations. As I'm talking, you're able to visualize it. You have all these 5: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All the 5 happening to you and you performing them. Just sit as Paramashiva. Cognize. You are doing all these 5 in your life. From that very powerful cognition, you are now going to be doing the power of consciousness over matter. What, as Paramashiva who exists in you, the same consciousness even the coconut has, same consciousness the Atmalinga has. You're not going to be using that very power of consciousness to connect with it and move the matter. So we are having with us Nithya Yoga Pranananda, Balasant of Kailasa's Nithyananda Rajavidya Gurukul, who is going to now be explaining to us how this power needs to be manifested. Yes, Nithyananda Yoga Prana, lovely to have you here. How do you want to take a moment to explain how does this power manifestation of consciousness over matter exactly function?
Yes, thank you so much, Nithyananda. And so, first, I would like to say Nithyanandam to all of the participants who are here. I hope you're all very eager to manifest all of these powers and to connect to Swamiji in the space of oneness and to express the divine through this body of yours. So, before we move into the power manifestation, I'll just explain how can we manifest this power. So, many of you who might be new to the program, you will all be wondering, how is it possible? How can we move an object without us touching it, without us physically moving it? How, just through our consciousness, how can we command or how can we have command over something? So, Swamiji beautifully says, just through the space of oneness, we can connect with nature and everything around us. So, in Swamiji's own life, in Swamiji's childhood, Swamiji beautifully shares an incident where he was sitting with his guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and Arunagiri Yogeshwara was teaching Swamiji about how just in the space of oneness, we can connect to nature and everything around us. At that time, Arunagiri Yogeshwara simply moved his hand and showed Swamiji, and an entire boulder was rolling in front of Swamiji. And Arunagiri Yogeshwara simply touched Swamiji and said, just connect with the rock and move your hand. Swamiji simply did as Arunagiri Yogeshwara said, and the boulder started rolling. How is that possible? Because of that immense trust and oneness which Swamiji had with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Swamiji was able to connect with the nature and was able to move the rock in front of him. So it's just the same with all of us. There's no big difference. If we all sit in the space of oneness, just unclutched, just remembering Swamiji in the space of Swamiji and connect with the object in front of us. When we feel that us, the object in front of us, and Swamiji all are one and the same, just through our consciousness, we will be able to command the matter in front of us to move. So it's as simple as that. Yes. So I request if all of you can go and get a coconut, most preferably a coconut. If you do not have a coconut at home, you can get any round object, an orange, apple, any round fruit is also fine. And I request if all of you could quickly go get it and come so that we can start the power manifestation.
Yes. So now as you get the coconut, we're now going to show to you how to hold it. So please keep your palm straight. And we're now going to show to you how you all can see how my Yoga Prana is holding the coconut. You're going to keep your palm completely straight. And you're going to be holding the coconut in such a way where the coconut is your palm is fully straight and it is not trying to hold it, balance it and all. You're just keeping it straight and just placing it straight like this. Take a moment and please place the coconut like this on your palm. If it's your Atmalinga, you can place it like this. Once again, make sure your palm is completely straight. Take your Atmalinga and place it on your palm. Make sure it's completely straight. Please follow along. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, you don't need to add any extra pressure, moving the coconut to the left, right, holding it. There's nothing, just completely relax. Keep the coconut straight on your palm and just be relaxed. That's all is needed. You don't need to feel compelled to move it to the right or left. it will automatically move by itself just by when you command it in the space of oneness, it will automatically move. So feel free to just relax and keep your palm completely straight.
And also, as you manifest, remember this: the object in front of you is consciousness. You are consciousness. It is connected to you through your conscious will. Like the consciousness is an extension of you. Like how when you want to move, your hand moves, right? When your brain commands, your hand moves. If you declare, your leg moves. Because you cognize it as an extension of you. You feel it's a part of you. Same way, the air next to the hand is a part of the hand. The object which is touched by the air is a part of the air. It is an extension. So with your conscious will, you can decide and move. I request all of you to please place the coconut in front of the camera. Bring the coconut in front of the camera. Yes, and always sit straight. Whenever you manifest powers, please sit straight.
Nithyananda, see, you should not keep your palm in a slanting position. Keep it straight and let the matter move. The fruit should move on its own. You should not do this. See, understand, all of you? Make sure you keep it in a straight manner, like how my yoga prana is holding. Do not slant it. When you slant it, it is moving because of gravity. That's not moving because of your conscious will. Understand? Point is not about moving the coconut. The point is about using your consciousness to move the matter. I'm seeing some of you are trying to balance it like this. I request all of you, kindly do not do that. This is really not a competition for you to be able to move the coconut. It's about moving the matter using your conscious will.
Yes, and I would also like to add on to this. As Ma Tattvapriya said, it is about us being able to move the matter with our consciousness. Swamiji beautifully says that whenever we manifest this power of consciousness over matter, because we are able to connect to the matter in front of us and move it with our consciousness, not only is just the coconut or a fruit in front of us moving, our patterns, our incompletions, anything which is blocking us from manifesting a breakthrough in our life, all of that also moves along with the coconut or along with the matter in front of us. Why? How? Because we are using our consciousness through our space, through our consciousness, through our will, we are moving the object in front of us. So when we are able to connect and fall into that space of oneness with the matter in front of us, automatically something within our space also shifts. That's when anything which is stopping us, any obstacles which is stopping us to manifest a breakthrough or some incompletion, some root pattern, something which is holding back in our life also moves, also breaks along with the matter in front of us. So it is very important for you to establish that space of oneness, for you to feel that the oneness with the object and command it with your will. As Mother Priya said, it's not a competition about just rolling the coconut.
Actually, that's a very nice explanation, my yoga prana, because the importance here is how we start feeling empowered with the conscious ability we carry. You will start having so much of powerfulness about, hey, if my consciousness can move the matter, anything in my life I can move. You will have that as a powerfulness that will start radiating through you. So do not shake your hands and play with it. Chant Mahavakya and look intensely. All your three eyes should be looking at the object and move it. Come on. Please chant the Mahavakya. Those who can already move it on your palm, go to the next level. Keep it on the ground and move it. Please start chanting the Mahavakya.
That are watching us on YouTube. We have Manyana Pradayini, Ma Margarita Vasconcelos, Satyojata Maya, Manyana Yogini, Juanita Cabrera, and Madhav Waze. There are so many of you. I'm seeing continuous comments coming on YouTube. Please follow along. You all can watch us do it. Whichever place, whether you're watching us on YouTube, Facebook, any of these platforms online, please do the power manifestation. Because whenever you manifest powers, you experience the powerful cognitions beautifully blossoming into you as an experiential understanding, the expression of which is what is power manifestation. I request all the participants to do this. Please take a few minutes. And one key thing, yesterday all of us were initiated into the Mahavakya Upadesham, where whenever you chant Mahavakya, literally the connection, the umbilical cord connection between you and Swamiji opens up. You start experiencing the manifestation happening. Connect intensely to Swamiji.
And for many of you who are completely new to this, sometimes if the object is not moving, you'll start having self-doubt. You'll start feeling, oh, why is it not moving? Is it because I am not able to connect strong enough? Or is it because I'm not fit for power manifestation? Many thoughts, self-doubts, all of that will start arising. So whenever thoughts like this come up, first thing is remember that Swamiji has initiated each and every one of us into it. And it's possible for each and every one of us. So anytime this self-doubt comes, just unclutch from that thought. Don't pay any attention to it. Don't feel like, oh, I'm not fit for it. I cannot manifest. It will take time. These thoughts is what is going to block you or stop you from manifesting this power. So just unclutch and keep establishing yourself and keep remembering that you and the object are one and the same. When you remember from that space, and from that space, when you connect to the object, and Swamiji beautifully says, just connect to the object. Remember that Paramashiva, the object in front of you, and you are one and the same. From that powerfulness, just command the object to move and it will move. So with that space of powerfulness, that you are also Paramashiva, the coconut is also Paramashiva, just command the object to move and it will move.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. 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 Mahamahavadyam, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavadyam is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavadyam puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavadyam. Mahamahavadyam, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavadyam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Please relax.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
How many of you have manifested?
Om Nithyananda
I request all of you to post in the chat.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Great. Okay, Ma Shini Gujadur and Ma Hedi Shlak, Ma Judy Ramstray. Actually, Ma Hedi Shlak, Ma Judy, Ma Lita Sege, Sriniti Guru Prasadini. I'm seeing many of you have been consistently manifesting. It is time all of you focus on taking your manifestation to the next level. Ma Lucy Samano, you also. See, all of you have consistently been coming and you've been experiencing the breakthroughs. Now you should set a higher benchmark for yourself. you should start taking your power manifestation to the next level. Actually, in this program, that's why in level 3, if you see, all our powers are going to be in advanced levels in the way we manifest it. So in the further rounds, even the simple manifestations that you do, even if it's something that you manifested many times before, try doing it next level. Like for example, if you're so good at manifesting it in your own palm, keep it on the ground and try and move it. It will take that consistent practice from your side for you to start having that breakthrough. Yes. Now we're all going to be entering into the next session. This is a very important session. Please do not miss this. In this session, we're all going to be learning about what are parallel universes, what are vertical time zones. Let us listen to the revelations now.
Vertical time zones exist. Please understand. Let me present exactly what I mean by the word vertical time zones. Then I'll try to share what is the need for us to understand about vertical time zones. See, all of us know the time zones like Pacific time zone. We say East Coast time zone, West Coast, Central time zone. In India, we have Indian Standard Time. The time zones in this planet Earth is horizontal time zone. Based on the sunrise to sunset in this planet Earth, various countries practice different time zones. All the time zones observed, practiced in the planet Earth, I call them horizontal time zone. There is something called vertical time zone. What I mean by the word vertical time zone? What I mean by the word vertical time zone? For us, 1 year is 1 day for the higher time zone, Swargaloka. That is why Nataraja, the god of Swargaloka, receives 6 Abhishekam in a year. Because for Devatas in Swargaloka, the 1 year of Bhumandala, Bhuloka, 1 year of planet Earth is 1 day in Swargaloka. There are vertical time zones, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya. The Satyaloka, where Brahma resides, there, 1 day of Brahmaloka is 4.32 billion human years. Understand? 1 day of Swargaloka means the vertical time zone above us. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa. It goes and Satya, then beyond Satya is Vaikuntha, beyond Vaikuntha is Kailasa. Below Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Batala. Understand? I am not giving you some superstitious theories. No. I'll give you precise understanding and experience of these vertical time zones. And understanding about these vertical time zones as a direct utility for your day-to-day life. It can bring tremendous physical health, mental health, psychological wellness, a very powerful way of existing, and above all, life of Paramashivoham Jnana. You can exist embodying the space of Paramashiva, state space of Paramashiva, and manifest powers of Paramashiva. Understand? The idea you carry about you is very important because that is the foundation from which you manifest your life. Knowledge about the vertical time zone, especially experientially, can change absolutely your life for best, highest, supreme form of existence. The Paramashivoham Jnana makes you experience the state, space, powers of Paramashiva. That super consciousness entering into individual consciousness of you, your individual consciousness, and mutation happening, you manifesting. That superconscious mutation is the ultimate, we call it moksha, ultimate liberation, Paramadvaita Anubhuti. In Sanskrit, we use the word Paramadvaita Anubhuti, ultimate oneness. Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is focused on this superconscious mutation, ultimate oneness. Sanatana Hindu Dharma reveals about this cosmos. It has vertical time zones, higher worlds, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Maha, Jana, Brahma, Vaikunta, Kailasa, the higher worlds and the lower worlds, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Bhatala. I'll project a simple description diagram of these lokas. Understand? Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Hinduism, reveals about the cosmos, the higher planes, vertical time zones, and the lower planes, both. Just physical mutation and mental mutation happens in the lower planes of the universe. But conscious mutation and superconscious mutation happens in the higher planes of the universe, vertical time zones of the universe. Here I am projecting a simple description diagram of the vertical time zone. So understand, this is the rough description of cosmos revealed by Hinduism. The vertical time zones, Swarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Brahmaloka, is where conscious and superconscious mutations happen. Great news is, even while you are in this body, your parallel universe being exists in Mahakailasa. You can start importing products from Mahakailasa through the being into you. It's like you have a company branch in China, India, London. So you can get products from all those countries and get it to United States. You have your parallel universe personality in Nagaloka, in Tapoloka, in all the higher lokas and even lower lokas. Up to Kailasa, your parallel university personality exists. You can directly, through that personality, buy whatever you want to buy in Mahakailasa and get it imported to this body. I'm not telling you stories. I'm telling you very powerful truths. Understand, last few satsangs I was explaining about these 4 points. Matter, mind which experiences matter, intelligence, buddhi which makes decision, consciousness, pure space of Paramashiva. This 4 component put together is your reality. In horizontal time, all these 4 are equally felt. I can roughly compare like a 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. 25% matter, 25% mind, 25% intelligence, 25% consciousness. That's the way you experience the reality. If the intensity of the consciousness increases, for example, the consciousness becomes 30%. So its influence on the buddhi, intelligence also increases. So intelligence becomes 30%. Then naturally the mind's intensity drops. The matter's intensity drops. So this 2 becomes 20-20 and this 2 becomes 30-30. So the whole thing tilts, means you enter the vertical time zones. 100% only pure consciousness and 0 intelligence and 0 mind and 0 matter. That is Kailasa. Because you don't need buddhi, you don't need mind, you don't need matter for your existence. You exist as a pure space, pure consciousness. That is Kailasa. And same way, you neither feel conscious, almost 99.99999% only matter. Less than 0.0000001% mind, then lesser than that 0.1000001%, 0.00001% intelligence, and lesser than that 0.0000001% is consciousness. That is what is patala. That is what is called eternal hell, lowest in the vertical time zone. Understand? Highest peak point of the vertical time zone is Kailasa, where 100% consciousness, pure consciousness, Paramashivatva. No need for intelligence or mind or matter. Then next is Satyaloka, where 99% is consciousness and 1% is divided into 33. 0.33 is intelligence and 0.33 is mind and 0.33 is matter. Like I'm giving you all rough equations for you to understand. Then little lesser consciousness, Tapoloka. This is the way the vertical time zones are placed. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya, and Kailasa. The lower part, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. Lower time zones. Your spine. Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fueled, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. It's like their bodies are capable of receiving kerosene as the fuel, maximum diesel, but they can't handle petrol or flight petrol, white petrol. Understand this example. Same way, only the human bodies can handle, due to the vertical spine, the fuel like white petrol. Traditionally, the word ojas is used. The ojas need to be filled in your spine and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces. With consciousness as a fuel, you can straight shoot up to the different time zones. Move to different time zones. See, if you go to the higher altitude, the world, many governments have established that station in the space research station. If you go there, your body goes through certain changes, hair growth and whatever changes. Same way, if your body is lifted with a conscious empowered vehicle to the vertical time zone, it goes through superconscious mutation. That is why if you go to Indraloka, automatically you will have 4 hands. If you go to the Swargaloka, automatically you will grow 2 hands more. Because the superconscious mutation will happen. Listen. If you go to the space station, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Same way, if you go to the Swargaloka, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Because superconscious mutation happens. Now focus on, because these statements are too important. See, if you die without this introduction, when you go to the first loka, second time zone, second vertical time zone or third vertical time zone, you will feel shy. You will have a cultural shock. It's like somebody from Indian village comes to New York. Due to cultural shock, he will not talk to anyone. He will just move to a corner into a shell. He will escape from life. People asked me, when I came to US, that was the first time I got into the flight in my life. I have not even seen the flight from distance. The first time I got into the flight is the flight for US, United States. And as you all know that I am from a village, but I never had a cultural shock. I just started going around and speaking in English, giving satsangs, classes, programs. The day one, I landed in US, I went to Chicago to pay respects to Vivekananda. The same stage, the auditorium in which Vivekananda spoke, I went there and offered my respects. Second day, my ASP, Anandaspurna program. First time I am doing it in English. Before that, I have spoken in my own bottled English. But first time in outside India in my own English. People asked me, can I get a translator, Swamiji? I said no. I have to learn. Let me learn. Not only in language, any problem. I did not have any cultural shock. All of you listen. Now initiation time. So no moments. Every word I am uttering is important for your soul to move through the vertical time zone when you are alive or when after you leave the body. So listen carefully. Listen. People asked me, Swamiji, don't you feel a cultural shock? I said no. Because from the young age, in my village, Trivandamali, I have seen tons of foreigners from all countries coming for seeking enlightenment. My gurus always had people from all over the world coming to them for enlightenment. So I was always near my gurus and saw all of that. Saw many of them. So how my gurus used to teach, I have seen. My gurus have already trained me to teach for the whole world, to be Jagat Guru. So I did not have a cultural shock. Now I am trying to train you not to have cultural shock when you go to Kailasa. See now, whatever I am telling you, if you internalize, you will not have a cultural shock, or you won't feel shy, you won't feel inadequate. Not enough when you go to the vertical time zones. Elaborately, now I will give this example so that I can help you to understand how you can face yourself in the multiverses, parallel multiverses. So for now, internalize this cognition. You exist in your waking state and dream state simultaneously and spontaneously. That is why without any difficulty, you can just slip into that state, that body, that self, and come back to this state, this body, this self. Your biochemistry is naturally for you to slip into these different states and different selves and experience different existence, different universes. In waking state, the universe you experience is different, and the dream state, the universe you experience is different. So with this understanding, expand your cognition. You exist in parallel multiverses like Suvargaloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, and Kailasa itself. More than next to Tapoloka is Satyaloka, and beyond the Satyaloka is Vaikunta, the Parandama space. Satyaloka is the space of Parabrahma. Then the Vaikunta, Parandama space. Then Shripuram, Parameshwari space. Then above all, Kailasa. Above the Kailasa, Mahakailasa, Paramashiva space. Kailasa is where all the Anga Devatas and Avarana Devatas, everyone lives. People who achieved the Salogya, Samipya, Sarupya, Sayujya, Mukti with Paramashiva, all of them exist in Kailasa. In Mahakailasa, he alone exists. In Paramadvaita Swarupa, Paramadvaita Satya. All of you have your presence in all 14 lokas. For example, in Nagaloka, there is a being with your face and snake body. I'm giving you this as an example. In Tapoloka, there is a rishi with your face and the body of the rishi, Tapasvi. I'll give you one more example. In all 14 lokas, You have your bank account opened. If you are intense in your tapas, in your tapoloka account, you have $1 million. If you are very shallow with your demonic attitude and aptitude, your demonic loka, the patala, your personality has practically zero money. Understand carefully. I'll repeat the example. All of you have your presence established already in all 14 lokas. The human body, human frame is such highly evolved hardware, highly evolved framework. If your consciousness is matured enough to handle the human hardware, you already have your presence in all 14 lokas. I'm giving you the example. In Patala, where the demons, Rakshasas exist, there is a Rakshasa with your face and the Rakshasa body, the demon body and your face. Same way, in Tapoloka, your identity exists. There is a person with your face and the Tapasvi, great Rishi body. The more tapas you do, your Tapoloka identity is strengthened, empowered. The less demonic activities you do, your demonic personality in Patala Loka is slowly dissolved. He loses his power over you and is also slowly dissolved and you are liberated. You have the freedom to strengthen any of this identity in this 14. You have a freedom to strengthen or weaken. Any of these 14 identities, you can be demon. If you continuously come to powerful conclusions that demonic qualities are the best to succeed in this world, if you come to this conclusion again and again and start acting on this conclusion, be very clear, you are strengthening your demonic identity and you start planning your future in Patala, the Asura Loka. If you come to the conclusion, very dharmic way of living, win-win, will always be the best strategy. For success in the life, whenever you come to the conclusion, hey, I should also win, he should also win, that is the best strategy to achieve success in the life. And you start executing those strategies, those conclusions, then your personality in Swargaloka gets strengthened and more your intensity in Swargaloka gets strengthened and you start manifesting your future time in Swargaloka. And if you feel Tyaga, giving up, Vairagya, the absolute Tyaga is the best strategy for success. Your personality in Tapoloka, highest zone, your identity in Tapoloka gets strengthened, that gets empowered. And naturally, your future starts manifesting in Tapoloka. So each of these loka opens up for you based on the powerful conclusions you arrive, based on the actions and activities you do. So understand this truth deeply so you can start manifesting not only the highest zone, Tapoloka, Satyaloka, all that, you can manifest Kailasa itself. Pure integrity, absolute integrity to Guru and Paramashiva. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
How many of you are listening to for the first time about vertical time zones? Actually, even if you have listened to it multiple times, every time we listen to the truths about vertical time zones and parallel universes, we literally experience, or it's a new understanding altogether in what we see, in how we see it, in how we experience it. Because vertical time zones and parallel universes, there are simultaneously we exist in 14 lokas. Simultaneously, spontaneously, we exist in 14 lokas. In 14
Now, it's
planes.
like, let us say, who all have been to any mirror house, who all have been to a mirror house. Like you see, there are these theme parks where you go into a mirror house and you see your reflection in so many places. Who all have been to a mirror house? Anyone here? You go to a room where you see this is like so it's filled, usually filled with so many mirrors, and then you go there and there'll be so many reflections. At a point you'll even get confused about the directions. Am I right? And you'll feel like as if there are so many versions of you existing, because you're so used to seeing a reflection in the front. So when it's reflecting from all sides, and there are some like funky ways they reflect, and sometimes they make you appear so tall, make you appear so short, and all these mirrors will be there around you, and you go into such a place, and it takes a few minutes for your brain to even come to an understanding of what's happening. Now, let's say all these reflections of you is actually having power, and you, instead of reflecting in one room, you're able to reflect like this in 14 different planes. Like you're here, you want to get something from, let's say you are in London, and then you want to get something from New York, you want to get something from Singapore, you want to get something from Bangalore, Delhi. What if you exist in all these places simultaneously? And you have a power where if you, with your decision, you can just close your eyes and just switch to any body that you want to get switched to. I mean, this sounds more of a science fiction, but this is a real way how we are existing. This is not something that you just watch in a sci-fi movie, but this is a way actually how our identities are really existing in the 14 planes of existence. How many of you are able to catch it so far? Like how you are existing here. You feel you have this body, and let's say you also have your relatives who are living in different places. How when you want to get some things imported, you want to buy something, it's much easier for you. Similar way, your identities are existing in 14 lokas, like parallel universe way of existence. Come on, all the participants that are here with us, I request you all, I'm going to pause for a moment and let you all type whatever you have understood so far in the session on vertical time zones. Please take a moment and post. Everardo Alfaroya, Robert Romaya, all the participants that are sitting here with us. Please take a moment and post. Amrita Panandaya and Piotr Wash. So take a moment now and please post whatever you have understood so far. Come on. What did you understand as this parallel universe, vertical time zones? How does it exist? And all the viewers in YouTube that are watching us live right now, please let us know. This is a question for all of you. I request all of you right here with us. Take a moment and post. What did you understand about the parallel universe? How do we exist in the 14 lokas? Okay. Gokila has posted, I still don't really understand even after listening many times. I just remember Bhagavan said, when I deny myself, I'm also denying my higher self in another loka, something like that. Okay. Thank you, Gokila, for posting this. I'll actually explain to you. See, for example, let us say that you are sleeping. When you are going to your sleep, let's say, I'm just giving you an example. Let's say you are about 35 years old right now, and you're married, you have your own family, you're probably working for your office, you have a job, etc. Now you're sleeping, you're entering to sleep, then you're having a dream. Suddenly in your dream, you dream yourself to be sitting in your exam hall. Now tell me, all of us have had dreams weird like this, right? Am I right? Now I want you to tell me, did anything physically change for you in this physical body of yours? No. In the dream body, you are still experiencing it as your own identity. Am I right? You exist at that time during your dream, you're believing these things are existing around you. Am I right? Now, how it was, just a decision for you to be able to switch from one identity to another. How from, let's say, you're working, you're in your job, you're experiencing this, what we call as our waking reality. And from that, switching to our dream, it was just a sleep and your identity just switched. And you're experiencing a whole different world altogether. Are you with me till now, so far in this analogy? Now, with this dream state and waking state, you have a different dream, I'll have a different dream. The world you see in your dream will be different, the world I see in my world will be different. Correct? Sorry, the world I see in my dream will be different. Now, when we have an experience of traveling to the 14 lokas, when I go, let's say, to Janaloka, when you come to Janaloka, we both will have the same description of that place. Because 14 planes of existence is real. Actually, very recently, just last month, NASA had discovered a fast radio burst. Fast radio bursts are high energy radiation bursts that happen, which happens and reveals a lot about the existence of our universe, how long our universe is existing, etc. And this has been observed from 2007 onwards through huge telescopes and sensors, which is placed around Australia, etc. So very recently, just a month back, one fast radio burst was discovered. And when the scientists studied it, astrophysicists studied that radio burst, it lasted about 20 seconds. They said, world is at least 5 billion years older. And they said, we have still not even found where our universe ends. Understand what this means. And this description of how exactly they said that this is existing the edge of the universe, this radio burst that happened. Actually, this whole description is given in our Mrigendra Agama, giving a clear description about Kalagni Rudra, who exactly performs the rejuvenation process sitting in the edge of the universe, and which actually is what the NASA scientists had recently discovered. But our scriptures have spoken about it thousands of years before. Now, why I'm giving this example is, very clearly in Mrigendra Agama, there's a clear description of how the 14 lokas are existing. Ma Gokila, who's existing in Bhuloka, in this identity, also has an existence in Sargaloka with the same face, but with a Deva body. And with your decision, like how you are able to experience from waking state to your dream state, you have the power to experience from Bhuloka identity to the Swargaloka identity. Like this, we have 14 identities in 14 lokas existing. So far, you understanding, Ma? If you're able to understand, I request if you could please let me know in the chat. Great. So now, all of you understand this, actually the parallel universe, how we all exist. Just this knowledge, try to grasp it. Whether you are able to immediately experience it or not, first try grasping it.
Also, just to add to it, Gokila, to add answer to your question also. See, just cognizing, because all these, we've been trained to think from our birth, we've been taught, okay, we exist in this world, this is all is us, we are this, and we have been like literally boxed into a limited identity of ours. Now, for you to cognize your higher existence also, it is going to take that time for you to understand and cognize. If you just spend time in digesting these powerful cognitions, that is good enough. Just digesting these powerful cognitions will empower you to experience life in a different level altogether. So just sit and allow yourself to cognize in your inner space, and slowly you will be able to start building that as an experience. Whenever you manifest powers, for example, whenever you have lower emotions, look in, you will see suddenly you will start feeling down. You will start feeling like you're being pulled down. You start empowering your existence in the lower lokas. Whenever you feel powerful, when you feel complete, you will start seeing yourself being empowered, your existence in the higher lokas, planes of existence. So each time, whenever you cognize these parallel universes, vertical time zones, the experience of each of these states or each of these spaces will be completely different than what you normally cognize. So actually, that's why if you see many of the participants who are attending Paramashivoham, every time that they attend Paramashivoham, they'll say that they have a deeper experience. They learn something new. That's because every time when you digest and cognize, they lead you to the higher and higher, deeper and deeper understandings of it. So let's say you cognize to some extent in the last season. In this season, you'll surely see your depth in understanding the parallel universes would have increased more. Your understanding? Great. And how about the male bodies room? Can I please request all the male bodies to post? And I see in YouTube, Kritya Garcia has posted. I understood that you can strengthen the dimensions you want based on what you choose to do. For example, if you do bad things, you strengthen the demonic dimension, etc. That's right. See, all the 14 lokas. Okay, let's the planet Earth, the Bhuloka, the whole universe, the known universe is in the center. Below there are 7 lokas. Above us there are 7 lokas. Right. So there are 14 lokas. Plus apart from this, there's Vaikunta, Kailasa, and Sripuram, and Mahakailasa. So now in this plane that we exist in, below these are the lower frequency. There's Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Rasatala, Mahatala, Patala. In each of these, you exist. Right now, let's say Kritya Garcia exists in all these 14 lokas. Whenever you strengthen, like you said, whenever you strengthen any attribute of you that is that empowers the demonic qualities. Now, whenever you strengthen those attributes, you strengthen your existence in these lower lokas. Your identity gets pulled, and your existence in these lower lokas gets empowered. Whenever you strengthen your higher dimensions of life, like for example, enriching will directly take you to Janaloka. If you are win-win situation or based on that you operate in life, you will take you to Swargaloka. So there's Bhuloka, Bhuvarloka, Swargaloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka, and Satyaloka. So like this, all the 14 lokas, you exist simultaneously. It's not you travel through one and you go higher. You exist in all the lokas simultaneously. Now the whole catch here is, which identity of yours are you strengthening? You start experiencing that. So be careful what thought currents we cherish, because every thought current you cherish is literally taking you to a different loka, a different parallel universe.
Gokila is asking, do you mean I'm in every loka in the form of Divya Sharira? Physically or there, not just Divya Sharira. Physically or there. The dimensions of how you exist may be different. Understand? Length, breadth, depth, space. Using and length, breadth, depth, time, and space. The permutation combination of these 5 would be very different in each of these lokas. What we experience here, we experience a 3D frame of ours. But probably in Swargaloka, you may have length and breadth, but may not be depth. And the way how time acts will be completely different. Like 1 day in Swargaloka equals 1 year for Bhuloka. So the way how you exist, what we understand as a physical form, all these things will be different, but you exist. One reference for this is in Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavan Krishna tells, see, in Vaikunta, he exists as Parandama, Mahavishnu. In Swargaloka, he exists as Vishnu. He says, Adityanamaham Vishnur, Jyotisham Raviram Shuman. He says, out of the Adityas who are in Swargaloka, I am Vishnu. And the way how he exists in Vaikunta is as Mahavishnu. But he is the one who is existing in all the 14 lokas. Are you understanding? It's something that you need to first contemplate on, but be very clear, you're existing physically. So then you will slowly you'll start being able to how, now for example, sitting in Malaysia, if let's say you have a company in the US, you want to import something from the US, you can import it easily, right? Now, the same way, you don't just have a company, but you also have a parallel identity, which is existing in a different loka altogether. You have the ability to import things. Just contemplate a little more, because as you contemplate, your biomemory will first start understanding, yes, this is real. 20, 30 years before, when you were young, let's say, someone comes and tells you, you'll just have a piece of glass in your hand, and that glass will be able to give you all the information that's existing in the world. You would have laughed at it. Glass that'll have all the information. But today, all of us are using the phone. It's just a small piece of glass that's there in our hand. I mean, of course, there's a lot more parts to it, but just to put it into perspective. So our understanding as it matures, the way we grasp things, the way we relate to things, and what resources we can enjoy would be very different. So first, let's understand these 14 identities, how we exist. And I really appreciate your participation. I just wanted to tell you, thank you for participating and asking, and just have this understanding. And we are going to learn a little more about these 14 lokas. In this program throughout, you'll definitely have the experience of traveling to the 14 lokas.
Let us do an exercise where we actually understand or trace our existence in all these 14 lokas, how we exist in these 14 lokas. Now, we're going to be showing you all the actual, the vertical time zones as it is described in the Mrigendra Agama. Here, for example, in the Mrigendra Agama, it says, for Swarloka, it says, Tadu nakoti savalo kasvargavirya samashrayah. It says the Suvarloka, dwelling place of the prominent denizens of heaven, is above the Bhuvarloka, is a height of 85 lakhs of yojanas. Our scriptures precisely describe the distance between each of these planets, each of these parallel universes. All of these parallel universes are connected to one particular inner space. For example, the Swargaloka is where all the devatas, the gods exist. All the gods, all the like Indra, all of these gods, the demigods, all of them exist in Swargaloka. And the space here to have is absolute energy, eternal life, where time does not tire you. The next is Maharloka. In Maharloka is where sage Marichi, Rishi Marichi exists. There's no self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-denial. The next is Janoloka, which is where the Pitrus, ancestors, will exist. And this is a place where you can exist in multiple bodies at the same time. And then the next is Tapoloka, where various rishis and great yogis live. And this is the last ultimate loka where you drop your struggles. The last struggle of arrogance is dropped here. Then the last one is Satyaloka. Satyaloka is deep surrender. The moment you surrender, Vaikuntha opens up to you. Vaikuntha is where you understand the struggles of your stupidity and you experience absolute love and devotion. Shripuram is Devi's abode, and Shripuram is where the energy which keeps whatever you experience in a certain form, that Shakti, that energy is experienced or manifested. The next is Kailasa, where you have the declaration of your integrity to Paramashiva. Ultimately, Mahakailasa is you experience you're just one with Paramashiva. Take a few minutes. You can write down which loka you want to visit, what knowledge and gifts you would like to share from each of those lokas. What gifts would you want to share as your visit? Please take a few minutes. You can trace and decide which loka you want to exist in. Hope all of you have written down. Now, every time you have a certain thought current based out of which you're operating, always remember this. Always remember as to how the thought currents that you're operating from is going to determine which loka you strengthen. So always that will help you ground yourself, that will help you understand better. Now, in the same space, every time you manifest powers, also remember this. What thought currents you're cherishing? Understand. It is till now you might have cherished the thought current which would have empowered you in lower lokas. But this moment, if you decide to empower yourself in the higher lokas, it will just easily lift you up. You will very easily be able to manifest this. It's a simple logic. Now, let's say all of you are manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. I request every one of you to now sit, focus only on which loka are you empowering your existence on. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to move object without any external support, just through your conscious will. Very simple. Keep a bottle inverted and move that water bottle. Understanding? Start with that. Start with declare consciously and entertain the right powerful cognitions in you and chant the Mahavakya. I request every one of you to keep the bottle inverted. So let's say you have the bottle, keep it inverted like this, and you're not going to hold it on the hand. You're going to keep it on the ground and make sure it's stable. It should not be falling by itself. So keep a bottle that's stable. So then you put the bottle and you're going to be moving the water bottle. Clear? Yeah. So let's all enter into the power manifestation. Please keep a water bottle inverted. Chant the Mahavakya and please start the manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Please relax.
Paramashivoham.
Now let's all enter into the next session, where Swamiji explains what how 4 tattvas makes you as a Sadashiva.
All the time you spend from amoeba to fish, fish to monkey, monkey to man, and man to my presence now. Even after becoming man, it is not that immediately you reached here. Births after births. You evolved, sometimes wasted, casually roaming around, sometimes confused, sometimes deluded, sometimes misguided, sometimes did not have the courage. So many ways you wasted the years. Now it is time. Consciousness takes the breakthrough into super consciousness. Listen, I am not talking about the purpose of human life. I am talking about the purpose of very life. What you have seen or what you know. Real me is here to give you the conscious breakthrough, to move you to the next level, to make you manifest Sadashivatva. What I mean by the word Sadashivatva, I'll explain, I'll describe. Listen intensely. Listen deeply. Just by listening, breakthrough can happen in your consciousness. You can start opening up. You can start manifesting. Understand the context first. Purpose why I called you is to make you Sadashiva. Give the conscious breakthrough. That is the first priority, I should say only priority. Listen. If you are thinking any other reason, those reasons are all wrong. Drop them all now. If you are having any other reason, whether you believe I called you for some other reason to build this ashram, I don't need ashram. That is why I proved myself 9 years without living in any property, ashram and all that. I have already established the fact I don't need anything. All by myself, I lived more than 9 years and showed. Just to tell you guys, I don't need anything only. I lived 9 years like that. Every word need to enter into your being, penetrate your being. I have not called you for anything else. The first priority and only priority is to make you Sadashiva, to give you the conscious breakthrough. That is the purpose. I am looking at you only as the life traveled from amoeba to Bangalore Adinam. Having physical growth, mental breakthrough, conscious evolution, now waiting to have a big superconscious jump. Understand it properly. It is only for the superconscious jump I have called you guys. And you are here. And I tell you, you are the salt of the universe. You are going to be the essence of the universe. Many more may join, but only after you. Expansion is universe. The quality of the causeless expansion, there is no withdrawal in life. It is all only expansion, 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 expansion. The quality of continuous expansion is called Sadashiva. Shiva means causeless auspiciousness. Sadashiva means continuous causeless auspiciousness. When you are in the mode of creation, add integrity to you. You will manifest Sadashiva. Let me repeat. When you are in the creation mode, add integrity to it. You may ask, what is creation mode? When you feel like doing something active. It can be your office work. It can be manifesting wealth. It can be doing something for name and fame, including career activities, or it can be physically creating something, art, painting, drawing, even sexual desires, activities. All these belong to creation. When you are in the creation mode, bring integrity to you, you will manifest Sadashiva. Your creativity plus integrity is Sadashiva's creation energy. Satyo Jata. Only from Satya, anything can be born. Jata means born. Satyo Jata means born out of integrity. Anything which is born out of integrity only will stand forever. So the creation phase of Sadashiva is Satyo Jata. In all your creativity, it can be as simple as cooking to as complicated as manifesting wealth. It can be as lower as you think. The sexual desires can be higher as creating your enlightenment. Any creation, including manifesting powers. Any creation, including manifesting powers. Add integrity to it. Out of Satya, anything born, Satyo Jata, anything born out of integrity will stay forever and do good to you. You all have that creation mode in you, that is Aham. When you add integrity to it, you become Sadashivoham in your creativity. Understand? Add integrity to all your creation. Maintenance, sustenance. Bring authenticity to your sustenance. Listen. Anything which loses authenticity starts collapsing. And it needs to collapse. The earlier it collapses, good for the humanity. Understand? Anything which loses its authenticity, it is time for it to vacate the planet Earth, the existence. Anything which retains its authenticity continues to exist forever. Anything, if you want it to be alive, just retain its authenticity. Everything else will be taken care. When I was attacked, the only thing I decided, I will keep the authenticity of me and my Sangha. That's it. It cannot be destroyed. Authenticity. In all your sustenance, bring authenticity. In all your sustenance, bring authenticity. Whenever you are in a destructive mood, bring responsibility. Understand? If you feel responsible and destroy, it will always be the things needed to be destroyed. You will never destroy what should not be destroyed. You will always destroy what need to be destroyed immediately. With responsibility, destruction will be equivalent to rejuvenation, not just destruction. Irresponsibility leads to tantrum throwing, rioting, destruction. It may look like Kalabhairava and Kali run riot on the cosmos, but they know precisely where to put the leg and where to put the hand, where to put the sword. It is too precise. The precision is not even one cell this side or that side. It is more precise than any laser surgery. Understand? Kalabhairava's Trishul may be as huge as Merudanda, the Meru Hill, but it is as precise as non-invasive surgery laser. How the non-invasive laser surgeries performed on your heart are precise. Kalabhairava's Trishul is that precise because it feels responsible. Understand? Whenever you are in the destruction mood, anger, violence, frustration, not depression. Depression is delusion. Frustration is destruction. Listen, anger, frustration, and destructive mood, these three. Whenever you are in these three mood, bring responsibility to you. Look in, are you behaving responsibly? Are you behaving responsibly? Whenever you are in the mood of delusion, confusion, depression, understand? Depression, delusion, confusion means much of your part is rotten. For example, if 20% of a vegetable or a fruit is rotten, you can cut that portion, remove it, consume the remaining part. If 99% of it is rotten, you won't be able to get that 1% out. The whole thing needs to be discarded. Listen carefully. Depression, delusion means 99% of your part has become rotten. Now, the only way to get rid of it is start living for others, enriching. You are already rotten. If you build your mind, your life on you, it will be stinking. Forget about you. Start living for others. Enriching is the only solution. I will expand on the fundamental principle, first principle of becoming Sadashiva. Understand, the first principle of becoming Sadashiva is not moral. Understand? Before revealing the principle, I want you to know it is not moral, social, right, wrong. I am giving you this as the first principle to have a superconscious breakthrough, becoming Sadashiva. Understand? It is directly from the revelations of Sadashiva. Vedas and Agamas are the revealed scriptures of Hinduism. They are not written scriptures. Please understand? Neither written nor compiled. Vyasa is only an organizer, not editor, compiler, writer. He is neither author nor compiler or editor. He is just an organizer of the Vedas and Agamas. So listen, the first principle is integrity. It needs to be understood. The first level of integrity only is the thought current you are cherishing with you and others, treating it as life. It's only the first level of integrity. Understand? Understand the words I'm using. I'm not saying the word you give it to others and the word you give it to yourself. I'm giving you the grace. The word you give it to others and the word you give it to yourself many times is a spontaneous lie. I'm even ready to forget about that. I'm only saying the thought current you cherish. See, if I have to go to the detail of the word, sometimes people ask, what is time now? You may say 8:31. Who knows it's 8:31? Based on this clock we tell it's 8:31. So the word you give may be sometime right, wrong, false, true. So I'm not even bothered about that. The thought current you cherish. I need to tell the time after verifying with all my abilities. So that is the thought current. Understand? My intention to tell the time is right. I'm not interested in lying. I want to tell the right time to him. But whatever research I can do with my intelligence and with the available infrastructure, with that I'll do it and tell. This is thought current. All of you understand the difference between thought current and the word. Listen carefully. When I give this integrity definition, honoring every thought current you are cherishing within you and every thought current you are cherishing by sharing with others, honoring it as your life is integrity. The thoughts you share with yourself, I should say thought currents, because with yourself it's not single thoughts, it's like a bunch of flow. With others it's a single thought because it's a words. Listen carefully. With others you share in linear way, one by one by one. With yourself you share bundles and bundles. If you can share bundles and bundles with others, you and he are in extraordinary at oneness. Sometimes some of my disciples, with them I can share bundles of thought currents without expressing much words. That is the way I received my teachings from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Otherwise in 9.5 months, no way I could have received this whole Vedas and Agamas from him. I received from him as bundles of thought currents. Because the oneness was so strong. When you share with others, it is one thought, one thought, one thought. When you are talking to yourself, it's a bundle of thought currents. Whether thought currents with you or thought currents with others, honoring it as life. Integrity is a frequency. Just integrity is enough for you to manifest Sadashiva's state, space, powers, everything. Nothing else is required. Just integrity is enough. You all might have heard, we have a third eye and it gets calcified by the fluoride. Same way, we have one more intra-organ called vak, not internal organ. Internal organ is the card box. It's called vocal cord. Intra-organ is the vak. Vak is the software of our vocal cord. Third eye. Physically also there is a third eye. And you need a software to operate the third eye. That software is what I am giving as third eye initiation. The physical software, if it is physical hardware third eye, if it is decalcified, we remove it by Pancha and vegetarian food, this lifestyle. Same way there is something called vak. It gets calcified by all the lies you uttered from the time you started your life. Understand? Listen carefully. Anything you know and you change, the vak gets affected. Means the frequency of vak comes down. I'll define authenticity. Listen carefully. Manifesting powerful cognitions is authenticity. I'll give you an example. You can manifest a cognition. Oh, in the 7 billion people, only these few hundred are able to make it to Sadashivatva. If I physically made it, I am going to make it. you can manifest this powerful cognition. If I physically make it, I'm going to make it. Or you can say, I'm not even able to come to morning yoga 3 minutes late. I'm not even able to come to this integrity. How will I manifest powers? You can manifest that cognition also. Manifesting powerless cognitions is inauthenticity. Manifesting constantly powerful cognitions is authenticity. You can say, if my third eye is open, if I'm able to roll coconut, I can roll any matter, I can move any matter. Means my third eye is open. How did it get open? By connecting it to the universal third eye of Sadashiva. If I'm connected to universal third eye of Sadashiva, then this whole universe, the whole matter is under me. From where you are, you can either go on making powerful chain, powerful links, and manifest powerful cognitions, or go on making weak links, weak chain, and powerless cognitions. Human being is a possibility to travel in both directions. If you are going to go on manifesting powerless cognitions every day, you practice inauthenticity. If you go on manifesting powerful cognitions every day, you manifest authenticity. That's all. Authenticity redefined. Understand? Practicing authenticity means manifesting powerful cognitions. Matter is moving just by the power. Means I am connected to cosmic third eye. If I am connected to cosmic third eye, not just coconut, I can roll planets. Why only coconuts? I can roll planets. Because it is from the cosmic third eye the whole universe is generated. Going on manifesting powerful cognitions and playing with it is what I call authenticity. Understand? There is so much snow in the Himalayas, so much ice, but the ice which decides to melt and flow only becomes the sacred Ganga. Not all. There's so much ice, but the ice which decides to melt and flow only becomes sacred Ganga. There's so much of Sadashiva. Understand? The raw material, the source material, Sadashiva, is everywhere. But the raw material which decides to melt down and flow as Shakti only manifests in you as power. There is so much ice in the Himalayas, but the ice which decides to melt and flow only becomes sacred Ganga. There is so much of raw material, Sadashivatva, in all of us, but only the raw material which decides to melt, the Sadashiva which decides to melt and flow only manifests as powers, which decides to melt and only manifests as Shaktis. Like sun creates the Vatavarana for the ice to melt and flow. Understand? Sun itself does not melt. Then all the ice should have melted? No. Sun creates the Vatavarana. So any ice which wants to melt can come up and melt and flow. Sun itself cannot melt all the ice. Even after the sun comes, you decide not to melt and hide somewhere, you can't be melted. Sun only creates the Vatavarana for you to melt. Same way, the Vatavarana, the Sadashivatva in you to melt and flow, manifest as Shaktis, is responsibility. Understand? When Sadashiva takes responsibility, he flows as Shakti. In all of us, Sadashiva is there. But in which form? Morning, the great asana you like, Savasana? In that form. Only when the responsibility sun rises and you decide to take the responsibility, the Vatavarana, the ambience of responsibility, decision to be responsible, melts that Shava and flows as Shakti, makes you Shiva. Understand? It is Ganga makes Himalaya great. If the Ganga does not flow to the plains, we don't care about Himalayas. Even the Himalayas has how many billion tons of ice, who cares? Poles have 100 times more ice than the Himalayas. But who cares? Because Ganga is not flowing from poles. North Pole and South Pole has million times more ice than the Himalayas. But why Himalayas is revered, respected, worshipped? Because it flows as Ganga. Even if you have million times more ice and you don't flow as Ganga, nobody will care. It is Ganga makes Himalaya sacred. Understand? If you flow as Shakti, that makes your Sadashivatva sacred. You are as much as Sadashiva as me. The only difference is I have created the ambience of responsibility and melt myself and flow as Shakti. When I flow as Shakti, because of the Ganga, understand, Himalayas is respected. You are like a North Pole and South Pole. North Pole and South Pole is like Shiva. Yes, they have raw material to be Shiva, but only when they melt and flow as Ganga, they will be Sadashiva. Till then, they are only in Shavasana. You being in Savasana, used to whom? Fundamentally, the purpose of the life, not just human life, is to manifest Pindanda to Brahmanda, macrocosm to microcosm, one cell amoeba to Mahasadashiva. See, whichever part you are in this long journey, you may be just having physical growth, or having physical and psychological growth, or physical and psychological and conscious growth, or whatever level you may be there in this whole journey. Supporting other beings in this journey is enriching. Wherever you are in this long journey, helping others, enriching others is a spiritual practice. Causing others reality is a spiritual practice. Even in life, whether you want more energy in the body, health, more resources in your life, wealth, more beings to live together for your love, to share your love, give and receive, relationships. Fundamental principle is coming to conclusion to enrich and cause. Only if you decide to enrich and cause, energy will start oozing in your life. Energy starts oozing in you only when you decide to enrich. It expresses as health, it expresses as love, relationships, it expresses as resource in the life, like wealth. What's the biggest wealth, you know? Ability to relate with a large number of people with love is the best wealth you can have, which will never leave you. Which will never leave you. Understand? There's only two ways you can be wealthy. The organic way of wealthy is ability to relate with multiple people with energy.
it's very nice to see that there are a lot of questions that people are having on parallel universes, what Swamiji has revealed about. And in this particular session, Swamiji revealed to us about tattvas, how to make the 4 tattvas as a part of your life, how to make decisions applying the 4 tattvas in our daily lives. Swamiji had revealed about all of this. And yes. Okay, now I'm going to be taking some of the questions that participants have been having. Okay, so I'm having Robert Ramaya who's asked the question that at what age do we exist in these lokas? At what age, what are we when we experience and appear in lokas? Each of it has its own governing laws. The law of gravity in Tapo Loka is different from the law of gravity in Bhuloka. The law of gravity in each of these are completely different. So every loka has a completely different science of existence. Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes, I hope all of you are able to hear us and see us better now. Yes, okay, excellent. Now, I was just answering the question of Robert Ramaya. Nithyanandam, Robert Ramaya, are you there? You can let me know in the chat if you're there. See, in each of these planes of existence, how we exist in, the dimensions in which we exist, the laws are extremely different. Let's say, for example, you exist in Bhuloka. The law of gravity that acts upon you on Bhuloka is entirely different from the law of gravity that acts upon you in Bhuloka, in Suvarloka, right? So in each of these universes, it's entirely different. And we also have, yes, Everardo Alfaro, I think you're going to start taking notes as, yes, that's the best way to learn. Actually, whenever you take notes, write down your understanding. This is why we keep these activities of posting the understandings on Facebook, because what that ensures you do is it'll make sure you're taking the notes, you're posting it on Facebook, and you're maintaining like a journal. Every time that you do that, every single time you put it all together, you write it down, what starts happening is you start internalizing. You start cognizing, analyzing the powerful cognitions that Swamiji is revealing. So it'll automatically become a part of your thinking process, your biomemory. And also we have a question from some of the participants on female side. Ma Vibhukera, you're asking for the chart of the lokas? Sure, ma. It'll be sent to you as part of your email, in your gifts email today. Patricia has posted that to have the knowledge that we exist on other universes, even each of us is a universe in itself. And Swamiji wants us to have no cultural shock. Yes, that's right. Okay, Terry Rattray is asking, can we physically go to the other lokas or just our consciousness? You should know one thing. You can physically travel to the lokas. There's a reference in our Puranas, multiple references in our Puranas, how human being could go with the physical body to the higher planes. Muchukunda Chakravarti, to this day, the temple in Tyagaraja Swami temple in Tamil Nadu, in India, has the deity that Muchukunda Chakravarti got from the parallel universe. To this day, nobody, it's called Maragatalingam. Nobody is able to find an equivalent or the source of where that stone could have come from, because it does not exist anywhere on planet Earth. So it was, this whole science is 100% possible. It's a science. Same way we have reference to Trishanku, who was able to travel up, he was able to reach the parallel universes, and then the whole thing happens where the Devatas send him down, and all of that happens. Same way Nachiketa goes to Yamaloka. He goes up until Swargaloka. Same way we have the kings who have traveled all the way to Devaloka and have the gods and goddesses. So understand, it's not, see, these days we're saying we travel to the interstellar, sorry, not even interstellar, interplanet travels. Like we go from our planet to moon or our planet Mars. This much scientists have been able to find. Our ancestors not just traveled to the vertical time zones, different planets, the vertical time zones, and they even were able to go to the different parallel universes and meet the beings, because human beings have not seen the extraterrestrial beings who exist on other planets. We call them aliens. Actually, Swamiji tells Hinduism is a science which never calls anyone as aliens, because nobody is alien to us. We have all met them. It's like when you go from India to US, will you call the people in US aliens? No, you just know, okay, they're there. You can meet them. They're also just other beings like you. Same way, Hindus knew that the beings in these vertical time zones are just other beings. You can never call them aliens. The concept of aliens does not exist in Hinduism. So yes, anyways, now coming back to this understanding about the Swamiji revealed in this about the tattvas, the 4 tattvas which makes us manifest Sadashiva. The principle of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. Now, integrity means your intra organ called Vak, the Vak Shakti in you, where any word that you give to yourself and to others, you fulfilling it is integrity. Authenticity is you performing at your peak capacity. Responsibility is you feeling, cognizing you are the source of everything around you, and therefore taking responsibility for it. Enriching is you going on enriching everyone around you. See, these 4 are the pillars on which your identity is established. Whenever any of the one pillar gets affected, your whole identity gets affected. The way you cognize, the way you respond, the way you react in life gets affected. Now, through this one session, Swamiji is very beautifully revealing this exact same truth. Let us understand this through a very beautiful exercise that Swamiji has given to be able to cognize this truth. Okay, I request all the participants here to take a few minutes, look into your life, and list down all the words and promises, commitment you gave to yourself and to others, which you did not honor and fulfill or withdraw, and thereby you did not restore integrity. You told your friend you will give him $20 or you told your friend you will visit him on his on the 20th, but you didn't go. You are responsible to complete it. Understand, every word you give to yourself and others is like physically it is sitting inside of you. Every broken promise affects your integrity. Many times we feel like so much of confusion in life, so much of chaos in life is because of this. If you just start analyzing this one truth, very simple principle of the manifesting that integrity inside of you, every word you give, when you declare something, going to any extent, even giving your life to fulfill it, take a few minutes and pen down, look into your life and list out all the word promises that you have given to yourself and to others, which you have not fulfilled. Even the most simplest of things, please pen them down. Please give a commitment to yourself to be in integrity and complete with your words, problems, commitment you give to yourself. So either fulfill the word or declare, complete, and withdraw that word. Listen very carefully. I'll just explain this part so all of us can understand it better. Every word, let's say 10 years ago, very casually, you gave a word to your friend saying, hey, by the time I become 20 years old, I will come to your house and I'll gift you, let's say you tell him you'll give him a car or a cycle. Or let's say you tell you're my best friend, in my first salary, I'll gift you. You might have passed and you would have forgotten that word. You might have not remembered, but the word, the promise that you gave is still hanging on to you. And that you are responsible till that word is fulfilled. The commitment literally hangs on to you. How many of you are catching this? How many of you are understanding this? And you should know you are responsible to fulfill that promise, that commitment. It is not just for moral value. Physically, it is an extension of you. It is actually attached to you. Till you complete, it keeps sticking to you, which means you need to complete it. That is the only way, only when you complete, only when you break free from that whole pattern, you will start actually manifesting the power of integrity. Integrity is the power. Someday you told you'll give some money or you'll give something, you'll share something with one of your friends. Just not fulfilling that. Till the time you fulfill that word, that commitment is stuck to you. Are you understanding? Now, there are two ways. One is you can go back and let's say you told your friend that, I'll give you the thing. I complete, I missed my integrity, but now I'm decommitting. I am going to pay this much amount to you. That was my first time salary. That much now I will give you. Or let's say let's say you're not able to fulfill it. I'll give you another example for this. Let's say you told your friend that you would be able to travel with him with his in his trip somewhere. But right now, suddenly a situation came. Let's say your relative is ill and you really need to go and attend to it and you're not able to fulfill it. You should call and complete and withdraw that commitment that you gave. You should tell, hey, you know what, I told you this, and unfortunately, because of this, I'm not able to fulfill. I'd like to withdraw my commitment. But either of this has to happen. Otherwise, that word that you gave is hanging on to you. Catching it? How many of you are understanding? How many of you are catching it? Come on, Ma Jessica and Ma Maluhya Mauna, Ma Jacqueline, Ma Lita, Ma Maha, Govinda Rupini, Ma Amrita Vandini, Ma Priyatma Swarupini, Ma Parashakti. Yes. Ma Forum, I see you waving your hand. Thank you. Okay, my head is slack. Okay. Okay. Now, see, you might have done this hundreds of times, but even one more non-integrity you add on to it. You just clean the river that's polluted. Again, if you dump the factory waste on it, it is going to get polluted, right? Every non-integrity or non-fulfilling of the word is only polluting the work. So now, in all the promises that you've written down, go back, reach out to that person, call, and either complete with that word and fulfill it or withdraw it. Please take 5 to 10 minutes and let's finish this. Have you all finished writing? See, even if you have started calling, even if you have started taking that step, that's good. I'm not expecting like, if you have 10 people to call, you should call. And today's initiation, I'd like to share with you all. Today, we have a very, very special initiation where all of us are going to be favorite ancestors, anyone, not just favorite ancestors, but anyone that you want to meet, like someone who family members, anyone, make sure they're not missing today's initiation. It's a very, very powerful process. All right. Now, in preparation for that initiation,
I'm introducing, understand? You need to logically, rationally, incibilities available for you. Your life will not be silly. Listen. If you know $1 billion, come on, let's fight and pick up the gun. You will not go for that if you know you are possible. Your greed getting matured, fears getting matured. At the age of 7, you want to play with a car toy. At the age of 17, you want a car. Then by 25, different style cars. Your desire is getting mature. Desire gets matured, even in your conscious level. You have conscious maturity happening. For example, no, technique is not solution. I am not here to give you technique. I am here to give you depth of personality. And solution. Not that you will close your eyes and put your squeaky on somewhere and look here, there and chant some sound and you will blow your nose. Depth of self is too silly. It may be, oh, I'm a successful businessman. How can Swamiji say I'm silly? I'm a successful. The I you carry is amazing, but not the titles you carry after that. If the I is carrying depth, if that frequency, this 11 dimension will make your existence frequency intense. Understand? Line comes. The whole nature should cooperate and make it happen. Introduction to 11 dimension itself is to show you your identities. That is why when people try to come and tell me, Swamiji, I am this, what can you do for your mission? Taste what I am teaching, what I am standing for. Substantially, even you will not be able to doubt you. Feels great. Depth of personality is joy. Manifesting powerful cognitions and power. That is the biggest help you can do to me. Because I am interested only in a cup of coffee and manifesting powers. That's the only way I visualize me. Whenever I find time, still, even now, that's what I do. Like this old lady's cooking in the home. I'll tell her, get this ginger, get this pepper, get this salt. I'll be playing with it and do some process and take this out. All the dimensions of this universe open. Understand? Only then you open the womb where you are residing for 10 months and come out. Many times you will hear me saying, whenever you have a problem, always to connect. Whenever I have a problem, Annamalai Swami was ideal for me. Ramana Maharshi's disciple. First thing I'll say, how Annamalai Swami will handle this? Of course, standing. How? Sadashiva will handle this. The moment the one became many, all the problems you have, he also started. He solved it. You're not. That's all. If you inside this cup, there's a space. That is aham. The space inside the cup is connected to this cup. This whole thing as the source of oneness inside them. Listen carefully. Anything which has become multiple, oneness, one associated with oneness has become many, but continue to be filled by the oneness.
And answer all the questions you have. Then only breadth and depth exists in one dimension. Listen carefully. There will only be visualization and cognition, no verbalization. Some dreams, sometimes in the dream you will be seeing. Only even this object, its breadth and the depth can be left and length can be moved out. I'll explain further. Materialization happens from this plane. Understand? Any object gets dismantled if this length is taken out of this object. To any length, this can be shifted. This side Ganga, that side Ganga. If you lift the bamboo, it's Ganga. Same way, this length makes this object not to be moved in length. Define the length, differentiates this object.
Listen, one end of the rope in the microcosm, Pindanda, is as length dimension. Same way, what functions in the microcosm as visualization in the Brahmanda, you cognize yourself, individual inner image in Pindanda, inner image vibrates as the dimension of depth in the macrocosm. That is why your inner, never allow lower inner, not judge you. Listen, even your guru only has a right to help you, not to judge you. Even guru, he only has a right to remind you. He does not have a right to judge you. Never. Weak inner image is arrogance. Don't call it as humbleness or meekness or goodness. No. Understand? Alcohol coupled with sleep tablets. Alcohol coupled with antidepressants. After that you will. Lower inner image can be established only in arrogance. If you do not have arrogance, lower inner and grow. Same way, the arrogance is the fertile land for low inner image to get grounded and grow. All womanizers will be frustrated people. All arrogant people will be having low self inner image, low inner image. Even first person he will not look because he will be in the first person. He will be in the first person. Which can never be changed at any time. Low self inner image, cosmic dimensions. Understand? The kind of a frequency you send from here, and the other end of the rope is with the cosmos. Listen, one end of the rope is in your verbalization directly affects the length dimension of the cosmos. Your visualization, you quantumly function with the macrocosm. Want to take control of the vehicle you are sitting in. Car is already moving in 120 km speed. By the time you wake up, you may not be able to make up. By the time you wake up, you may not be able to make up. But people around him only died a horrible death. Yes, why? Because he was on the wheel and sleeping. Wake up now to your length, breadth, depth. The rope is doing its job automatically. Understand? If you don't wake up now, don't think the car is going to stop. The earlier automated gear system in which you take another one, Janma, without waking up. The Sanatana Hindu traditions, length, breadth, depth, time and space. These are the 5 depth with the time space, length, depth with the time space, the various permutation combinations of knowledge and understanding, even if it is intellectual, redundant. Only a person who understands 25 states of the consciousness is what you perceive, you go through. More and more in length, breadth, depth
as well. If
yes,
you
both. See, when you change, world changes. When world changes, you change.
But
The moment you even you enter into Turiya, after that, no regressive possibility. Till Jakrat, there is regressive possibility. But not after that.
Define the quality of relationship or conversation I'm having, or is it that in that state, what is that extent of length?
Remembrance of the Guru. The intimate touch, that experience, remembrance, your whole energy will be shifted. The length, breadth, depth will be dimension, that space. The space you are in matters.
So the 5 components of these 11 dimensions.
Vyoma. The space in this 11 dimensions, Akasha.
Okay.
Vyoma is if to Buloga. No. The whole spindle, the standila, Meru standila, on which all the 14 loka, the matrix is irrelevant. Everything else falls under the matrix and our fictive reality in the so-called real world who is supposed to be Neo. See, actually this, you can't exactly match who is Neo and who is Agent and has to die. And only roughly can be matched. What is the ultimate by all of us? Like a concept of currency. It's not real. It's a paper. But all of us agree. Citizenship, ownership, paper. All these are the artificial intelligence. All to start. It's already started. The moment created reality you take, the actions you perform, the life you live is 51% existential reality. Please understand. A disease is an existential reality. Medicine for it is an existential reality. But currency, separate these two. Land is an existential reality. The passport you need to live there is a created reality.
Jiva. Listen, first let me define Jiva. What you perceive yourself, you are called Jiva. When you cannot perceive yourself anymore as of now, from this point to whatever you can perceive as you are only Jiva. It's within the matrix. There will be a space where you will not perceive yourself as an individual. From this to whatever you can think of you, perceive you. All that put together. You have two levels of existing. Listen, the thought currents means an active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. You are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is Tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick, without thought, deep sleep in the night time or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought, same way. Listen. You need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness exists. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So, there are, how many of you understand that? Projector. Listen. I exist. And with thoughts, listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. Understand, ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from the traffic tickets. Cannot be a reason for not following. Same way that he cannot be ignorant. Jnana varishta bhakti, devotion with the idea I exist, I consciousness. That state is called thinking, Jakrat. All of you are able to understand the word? I'm introducing these 4 words. With thoughts, without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like independently shining, which is not. Same way, in the dream, few thought currents crossing, you feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why? Dream state. How many of you say that?
But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exist nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep. Sushupti. This way all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called Turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word Turiya means fourth. That's all. Because there's no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, Turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is Turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is Turiya. Now I want you to remember these 4 words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There is a 5th word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turiyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turiyatita. Turiyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. Means you are able to play with your awakening. These are the 5 states. Listen, let me repeat once more. Jakrat, waking state. Swapna, dream state. Sushupti, deep sleep state. Turiya, awakened state. Turiyatita, alive state, where you are awakened to the higher reality and you are able to manifest it as you want. Alive with your awakening. Where when you say, hey, static matter, dynamic activity and strategic existence is one and the same. Move, you are a static matter, I am saying, and it moves. Not have consistency. In one dream itself that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed it? In the waking state itself it changes. Why do dream state? How many of you say that? But in the waking state at least little decent. In the waking state it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen.
where neither the idea I exist nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep, sushupti. These three all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word turiya means fourth. That's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is turiya. Now I want you to remember these four words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There's a fifth word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turyatita. Turyatita is the state. Listen. When your head is in Sushupti, heart is also in Sushupti, it is called Sushupta Sushupti, deep sleep, deep sleep. Very rarely you experience this. Even in your deep sleep, if you are lying on your bed for 8 hours, maximum you may experience this deep sleep for 20 to 30 minutes, not more than that. Please understand. Head, heart, both parts of you experiencing Sushupti and Sushupti, deep sleep and deep sleep. It may happen just for a few minutes, in the whole 6 hours or 8 hours, you are lying on your bed. When your head experiencing dream state and your heart experiencing deep sleep, you can perceive this experience when you dream and just fall asleep without even waking up. You will dream something and you will fall asleep without waking up. Again you will dream something, you will fall asleep. Maybe third time or fourth time when you dream only you will wake up. How many of you have experienced this? When you wake up you will remember all the 3-4 dreams. That is what this state, the Sushupti and Swapna. Then Sushupti and Jakrat, Sushupti and Turiya, Sushupti and Turyatita. Understand the horizontal line is line of logic, mind. What is your strategy? See, one part of you constantly strategizes about your future, your life, logically goes on analyzing right, wrong, how to get the maximum out of everything. The line of head, logic line. And the other part, heart, emotion. Even the word heart may not be right word, because somehow unfortunately you have that very good idea about heart. I will develop some other word. The crying child, the immature child inside you, which goes on throwing tantrum. Whatever your father says is wrong. Once you decide, just goes on saying no, 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 that becomes mantra. The no becomes mantra for one part of you. A complete frustration about everything. Anything which can be seen and which can't be seen. People get frustrated because they can't see Sadashiva. It's good, sometimes you are not able to see. No, we get frustrated even with things which we have never seen, we never experienced, we never perceived. The tantrum throwing child. So better I will use the word TC, tantrum child. The tantrum child is the vertical line. The tantrum child in you is the vertical line. And logical, strategizing, mind, that is the horizontal line. Both of you go through, please understand, some of you are small family inside, some of you are joint families inside, Some of your apartment complexes. Please understand, do not believe you are one person. If you think you are one person, even you will not be able to answer many of your questions about your own self. How many of you feel there are many things which you are not able to answer about you? Then how will anybody else find the answer? That is why if somebody questions you too much, you get angry about them. Or even I don't know, how can I explain to you? How many of you feel many times even you are not able to handle yourself? Raise your hand. That is what I mean, exactly the tantrum throwing child. Just saying no, no. I will face whatever it comes, whatever it may be. Whatever comes, I'll face. But when it actually comes, you will not be able to face that. Now, how many of you do? Listen carefully. Clearly, you take a very stupid decision with the thought current. When it comes, I will face. Whatever come, what may. And when it comes, you will collapse, you will not face. How many of you? That is what I'm calling tantrum throwing child. Just saying no. Does not bother even about you getting lost something. You just want to collapse, destroy everything. Even if I die, that's okay. Let me destroy the world and die. Let me pull the whole thing down and die. The tantrum throwing child experiences different state. And the logic, strategizing logic, which constantly plans for your life. That personality experiences different state of consciousness. That is why you go through 25 various states of consciousness. Listen. The TC, tantrum throwing child, goes through the deep sleep and logic goes through the deep sleep, both experiencing deep sleep. That's what I said. Maximum you may experience 20 to 30 minutes, even if you lie down 8 hours in your bed. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I'm explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You're going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic, experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child, experiencing. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I'm explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You're going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic, experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child, experiencing deep sleep. Now I'm showing you this side. The tantrum throwing child experiencing dream, but the logic experiencing deep sleep. Listen carefully. That is what I call, if I have to find an English equivalent word, frustration. In Sanskrit we call it virakti. Vrakta means the tantrum throwing part of you is active, but the logic is completely absent. Listen carefully. In Sanskrit it's called vrakti. In English I'm trying to translate with the word frustration. I'll give you the context where the tantrum throwing you is so alive, wildly active and dreaming. But the logic with which you need to control you, that reins are not in your hand. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and the horse is running on a hill. It may even jump into cliff now. I'm talking about this part. Where, see, this is TC, means TC, tantrum throwing child, this whole line. This whole line is logic, your mind. I'm talking about this state. The tantrum throwing child experiencing swapna, dream, wild, going literally wild. And your logic, which is supposed to control, put a rein, is sleeping. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and you are not able to control the wild horse, it is running. It may jump anytime off the cliff. All the decisions you take in frustration, please understand, all decisions you take in frustration will destroy you. Even if you think it is good decision, I tell you, do not do permanent damage to you because of your temporary sadness. Just don't take decisions when you know you are frustrated. Whenever you know your tantrum throwing child is wildly active and your logic with which you need to control your perception is absent, don't decide. You will be overloaded with frustration. Don't decide. How many of you understand you went through this in your life? How many of you are able to catch what I am describing? Please raise your hand. Next. The tantrum throwing child is in waking state, but your logic is in deep sleep. It means you are not frustrated, you are very destructive. Understand? Very consciously, You agree for destruction. You agree for the kind of a tantrum throwing lifestyle. You agree to be in denial. What can I do? That's all. Very consciously you wind up. You withdraw. I may use the word self-denial for this state. The state now I am circling. The state now I have circled, I'll call that as self-denial, where the tantrum throwing child is awake. I should use the word wake up. It's an awaking state. But your logic, the strategizing mind, the strategizing component of you is completely asleep. The next, the tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya, tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya, and the logic in deep sleep. One good thing is, the moment tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya, he gets healed. He is no more dangerous. He gets healed. Listen, very important thing. If a tantrum throwing child in you catches the glimpse of thoughtlessness, Turiya, even once, the whole thing becomes seeking. That is why the hippies become seekers even if they get one glimpse. The tantrum throwing child in you becomes a powerful seeker even if you catch one glimpse of Turiya. So I'll call this state as Turiya plus Sushupti, which I marked. Seeking awakened but don't know what to do. Your logic does not know what to do, how to proceed, but you know something you need to discover. I'll call that as a seeking but not active. This means you don't plan about how to go about it. Your logic has not found any method. It has not discovered any way to seek. But the tantrum throwing child is now throwing tantrum about everything which is seen or felt, which is not matching with the reality of the Turiya. See, now the Turiya becomes a benchmark. The awakened state becomes a benchmark. Anything which is not matching up to that mark, you throw tantrum about it, but you don't know how to make everything match up to the standard. Understand? At this state, you will say a big capital letter no to everything external, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. You only know to say no to everything, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? But you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? Next, Turiyatita and Sushupti. When you enter Turiyatita, when the tantrum throwing child enters into Turiyatita, and the logic is in Sushupti, I call this accidental enlightenment. No, there are a few people who got this. They got it accidentally by Guru's grace or by the high energy experience without their logic planning for it. This J. Krishnamurti actually had a glimpse, but accidentally. The next, your tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep and your logic experiencing dream state. Understand? This is very interesting. Just now I explained. Where you dream, but go back to the deep sleep, again dream, and go back to deep sleep. You need to know maximum only 30% of you is your logic part. 70% of you is the tantrum throwing child inside you. That is why how much ever you strategize, always that tantrum throwing child wins in your life. How many of you agree with that statement? How much ever you plan, finally this tantrum throwing fellow wins the game. Even if your logic, for example, tomorrow you have to give a presentation. Your logic is planning for your presentation even in your dream. But the tantrum throwing child pulls you back from the dream to deep sleep state. That is what I will call this Sushupti Swapna, what I marked. Next, the tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep, but the logic experiencing waking state. I'll say in this state, your logic thoroughly plans for your future. You will sit and think, nicely plan. But within next 24 hours, you will forget the whole thing and you will start thinking again the same thing and do the same plan.
As if the whole thing got control deleted. How many of you experience this? Your logic's plan, but your tantrum throwing child is not even interested in looking at it. That is what this state, where 70% of you are sleeping and 30% of you is strategizing. It's like 70% of you boycott that meeting. How can any corporate meeting be successful if 70% is boycotting? See, I'll put it in a very simple way. What you desire is your logic. What you believe is your tantrum throwing child. You will never get what you desire. Please understand, you will get only what you believe. You desire always to have wealth, but you believe you will never going to get it. You are never going to get it. You desire to have health, but you strongly believe that is not part of your life. So you will not manifest what you desire. You will only manifest what you believe. People always confuse between desire and belief. Your desire is your logic, your strategy, your future plan. Your tantrum throwing child is what you believe as you. I think now it's too clear. How many of you are catching what I am saying in this statement? Understand? Next, your tantrum throwing child is in deep sleep, but your logic is in Turiya. During these moments only you get the darshan, vision of gods, goddesses, guru. But it goes away. It doesn't stay permanently, because anything only if your tantrum throwing child also cooperates, only stays with you. For example, if your tantrum throwing child means the TC, if he enters into Turiya and your logic is in Sushupti, which I circled now, at that state, if you get any experience of God, Guru, Darshan, it stays with you permanently, because 70% receives it. But this state, anything you get will not be permanent. It will not stay with you. It doesn't stay with you. In both states you get, but this, only if your tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya and you experience something, it becomes permanent. Means your belief enters into that state, not your desire. When your desire enters, your belief will pull you back. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. All his examples are completely from Bengali villages, because he lived his whole life in Dakshineswar, which was a village in those days, and he was born in Kamarpukur, which is a remote village. He gives a very beautiful example. These boys will catch the mungus. Am I right? The pronunciation? Mangus or mungus, how you pronounce? Whatever. The boys, when they play in the paddy fields, they catch the mungus. If they catch more than 5, 6, they can't keep them under control. So they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick in the other end and leave them to go for further hunting. These fellows, they will enter into their home, which is like a dug below the ground. Even if they enter and hide in their nets, in their holes, the boys will come and just pick up the brick and pull the rope. They will come out, they will carry them. Just like the mongoose, in whose tail the rope is tied with a brick, can never hide, can never rest in his hole. If your belief is holding you back, just your desire cannot take you anywhere. Because the belief is a rope and brick. It will just pull you out. Listen, here, your belief is in deep sleep, only your desire experiences higher awareness. Then it doesn't stay permanently. If your desire, even if your desire is in deep sleep, if your belief enters into the higher consciousness, you don't lose it. Next, the tantrum throwing child in Sushupti, and you enter into Turiya. The logic enters into Turiya. Again, this state also will not be permanent. It will not be permanent because the tantrum throwing child is 70% of you. That's more powerful. It will pull you out. But very good introduction, because with your logic, deep seeking, sometimes you catch the glimpse of unclutching. You caught the glimpse of unclutching, but you lost it. How many of you have that experience? This is the state you experienced. The state I have circled now, that's the state you experienced. If you got, unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand? Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection.
The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. Unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand? Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection. The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. I think now many are experiencing Bhava Samadhi. I'm seeing many faces. Already experienced. I think I'm experientially putting you in Sushupti. I'm experientially showing you Sushupti. If your belief is in deep sleep and desire is in Turyatita, that's a state I have circled. You do catch Satori, but which does not stay back. It doesn't stay back. It goes away. But if your belief catches Turyatita, desire is not cooperating. That is, I can say, this state. Your belief means tantrum throwing child is catching Turyatita, but your desire, logic, is in deep sleep, Sushupti. It's not cooperating. This will become permanent, but this will not be permanent. If you achieve this, you will always lose. Achieving this is very easy, but you will lose it. Achieving this needs little practice, but you will not lose it. This comes by Bhava Samadhi, feeling connection. This comes by unclutching, your own effort. If both happens, that is what is called Turyatita, which becomes permanent. I'll just make few statements, few basic truths. 25 states of consciousness is multi-dimensions of you. Listen. All the 25 states are part of you. Nothing is good, nothing is bad. Deep sleep is as much you need. Please listen. Deep sleep is as much needed to you as you need Turyatita. The whole 25 states is your 25 dimension. Only thing, you becoming powerless during the deep sleep or the dream state is the problem. But if you decide to become powerless, you can be powerless anywhere. If you decide to become powerful, you can be powerful anywhere. Fundamentally, this whole 25 state is 25 phases of you, 25 dimensions of you. Nothing is bad, nothing is good. Because many times you become powerless in dream state, it looks like a bad. Not the state is bad, but your habit and pattern of becoming powerless there is. I'll just make few statements, few basic truths. 25 states of consciousness is multi-dimensions of you. Listen. All the 25 states are part of you. Nothing is good, nothing is bad. Deep sleep is as much you need. Please listen. Deep sleep is as much needed to you as you need Turyatita. The whole 25 states is your 25 dimension. Only thing, you becoming powerless during the deep sleep or the dream state is the problem.
Nithyananda. I hope all of you understood this amazing, powerful revelations and revelations we just had, where Swamiji explained about very important revelations on the existence of 11 dimensions of the universe and the 25 states of consciousness. Many of you understood this so far, because we're going to be taking you all through a quick internalization exercise to understand what are these 11 dimensions and what are these 25 states of consciousness. The 11 dimensions. Now you're able to see me. I hope all of you are able to see me. So now this, the way you're seeing, is having certain dimensions to it. There's length, there's breadth, there is depth. So right now, when you view me on a 2D screen, like you're watching me probably on your television or your laptop, your Mac, your iPad, anywhere. So I'm appearing as two-dimensional. There's length, there's breadth. This is what all of us know, am I right? But the 11 dimensions of the universe is permutation combination of 5 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time, and space. And when we say the term length, length does not restrict itself to just the unit measurement that we are generally familiar with. But the measurement, the length dimension, is that of logic. The breadth dimension is of emotions, art. The depth dimension is of powerful cognition. Let's understand this a little more deeply and elaborately. And after this, if you guys have any question, you can post it and we'll be taking your questions. See, listen carefully. Length means anything which flows with a systematic, certain logic. Whether 2 + 2 is equal to 4, or if you put this acid and this acid, this is the product that you're going to be getting, or if you do this reaction and that statement, this is the result that you're going to be having. Anything that's coming in a particular flow, a certain logic, which works as per a strict logic. You are operating from the length dimension. It's part of the length dimension. If you master the length dimension, anything that's working as per a particular logic will be under your control. Clear so far? All right. Then the next thing is breadth dimension, meaning anything which flows with a rhythmic logic is breadth dimension. All the actions, activities of the heart and part goes into the breadth dimension, where there is certain logic, but it's not a rigid logic. It's more of a flow, a rhythmic flow of existence. Example, painting, dancing. There is a rhythmic flow of body in dance. So dancing comes under breadth dimension of the body language. Painting is the breadth dimension of writing. Writing is logic, length dimension. Painting becomes the breadth dimension of writing. Depth is your conclusion, the cognitions, the conclusions you carry about you, God, life, everything. Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara. The cognitions you carry about you, the world, Jagat, and Ishvara, God. All these, whether it's the ideas you carry as your inner image about you, the ideas you carry, this is how life is. This is what are the things that are happening. Any of these things that you are carrying inside of you comes under the depth dimension. Now, listen to the next thing. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor, comes out of you like energy. How many of you are understanding so far? Length, breadth, depth does not constitute a person. It is the space that constitutes a person. Space in you, space outside you, and the whole space is actually one and the same. Any power manifestation has to start from space. Understand? Listen to this carefully. It's not even from depth. It's not some powerful cognitions. It has to start from the space. When length, breadth, depth collide with space, the dust generated is time. Length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is like energy. When these two collide, the dust that's generated is time. How many of you feel like, oh my God, this is just, oh wow. How many of you are cognizing it? How many of you are understanding this? See, the length, breadth, depth, time, and space, these are the unit dimensions. When you start understanding how these function, see, when you are establishing yourself on length, be a very rigid person. Actually, many times when we scan, we see people like just so in their life, they're not able to generate wealth because they've made themselves so rigid. And because they made themselves so rigid, not letting themselves flow, their very being stops expressing and manifesting their creativity, which is part of breadth dimension. Do not cognize, celebrate, enjoy, entertain anything related to your capabilities, your length, breadth, or depth. Let your identity of you, who you are, be established, cherished, played, enjoyed, celebrated with the capacity, capabilities of your space. Now, with these 11 dimensions, 2 important results you need to achieve. Paramashiva says, first result is manifesting the powerful cognitions, then manifesting powers. How many of you are understanding so far? How many of you are with us so far? Anyone has any questions? Very, very shortly, we're also going to be entering into the darshan preparation. See, manifesting powers, powerful cognitions, these two are completely different. If you are able to read through your third eye, it is manifesting powers. If you realize, if my third eye is available for me, it is available for me because my third eye is connected to Swamiji's third eye. It means I can connect with his third eye. If I can connect with his third eye, I can connect with anyone's third eye. And using anyone's third eye and you start reading, it's manifesting powerful cognitions. Take a few minutes and write down whatever you have understood from this session so far. If anyone has any questions, feel free to post it. Now, as all of you are writing, I'm going to give you all a few minutes. So please take a few minutes and cognize it. Now, as all of us are getting ready for today's special Darshana initiation, we're going to be entering into a very exclusive special session on number universe. It's a very, very exclusive session. You will not be finding this as a satsang anywhere else. This is from the previous Paramashivoham Level-3 program. So listen intensely. It's an amazing revelation directly from the Agamas, which Swamiji, like you can't get any book revealing it like this. So intensely listen to this amazing revelation on the very first universe, the number universe.
I'll try to explain step by step. You can grasp with your logic. See, there's multi-layer universe and you. The first layer of you is your ability to logically understand, like a 1 + 1 = 2. Your simple logic. That is your first layer of you. Length dimension. Understand? 1 + 1 = 2 is your simple logic. There is a whole universe belong to that simple logic, that number. Actually, if you see deeply, whole universe is nothing more than a number. Just number. Just number. See, everything around you can be reduced to a number. Anything you see, perceive, grasp, cognize can be reduced to numbers. Whether great strategic decisions you make, it all boils down to number. It is just statistics, numbers. Everything from your life, death, everything can be just reduced to numbers. How many of you understand? The whole universe can be just reduced to numbers. If you understand, this whole universe can be just reduced to numbers. Raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll explain more. With more logic and more wealth, relationships, strategies, decisions. Every numbers. Number can be expanded to the whole universe level. Just like your basic logic is one dimension of you, one aspect of you. Whole universe as number as one part of itself. Your logic, numbers. And there is a one parallel universe called number universe. Number universe. Number based identity of you. Number centric universe. How many of you are able to grasp? Actually, if you see all planets, everything can be just reduced to numbers. If you see the olden day mandalas and yantras in Agama, it will all be only number. For Surya, there will be one number. For Chandra, there is one number. For Buddha, there is one number. For each planet, there is only one number. How many of you have seen that? That number is nothing but the multiplication or subtraction of the Surya proportion. The sun is the center, and based on the sun, that proportion, that is what is the number given to all the other planets. That's all. Whole universe. Whether it's a DNA strand or this whole Milky Way, everything can be just reduced to numbers. How many of you are able to understand? If you are able to understand what I am saying about this number universe, raise your hand. People who understand everything is number become wealthy just like that. Wealth is nothing but understanding number. That's all. Hey, that's all. I'm telling you. If your brain is able to be friendly with a number, I challenge you will become wealthy. People who have incompletion or anger with the number does not want to keep number in the memory, remain poor and die in poverty. Just understand number. In our Gurukul tradition, you are supposed to memorize the number rhythm. We call it Maipadu. I don't know the English word for it. That number rhythm. It will go up to 100 into 100. You have to memorize. Nowadays, the kids feel, oh, it's all just waste of time and energy. After all, we have a calculator in our watch itself. Our cell phone has a calculator. Your cell phone being comfortable with the number will make the cell phone company fellow rich, not you. It's like one fellow was going on the horse, going around Arunachala Hill. The horse got mukti, not he. Only if you walk around Arunachala Hill, you will get the mukti. If you are going on a horse will get the mukti, not you. If you are using your cell phone, For mastering the number, for handling the number, the cell phone company fellow will become rich, not you. Your brain getting comfortable with the number is one of the basic lesson in Gurukuls we teach. Understand? Whole thing is number. Brain, which can quickly grasp numbers, handle tables, will always lead to wealth. Right? You will see it. The whole universe of numbers, whether DNA strand or the Milky Way, both have their numbers. Whether your DNA strand, your gene, your one cell, or this whole universe, everything as a number, it can be just reduced to a number. Everything you see is just number. Ramanujam, the mathematician, great mathematician Ramanujam, he mastered this number universe. Number universe Lord is Lakshmi. That is why he says, Namagiri Lakshmi reveals all the mathematics and the number secrets to him. They ask, Ramanujam was interviewed, they asked him, how you just like that reveal the answers and solve the problems. He says, Namagiri Lakshmi, Namagiri Tayar. That Namagiri Lakshmi reveals it to me. Means the number universe was open to him. He was Sahasravatani in the field of number. Your aspect of number, understand, it's actually your own aspect. Listen clearly, listen carefully. Your ability to breathe deeply is the aspect of these huge storms. If you can breathe deeply, you can create a storm in the universe. If you can increase your blood pressure, you can create tsunami in the ocean. You are universe. If you think you are connected to universe, you are Advaiti. If you think you can become one with the universe, you are Visishtadvaiti. If you know you are one with universe, you are Advaiti. If you know universe is one with you, you are Paramadvaiti. I finished the whole philosophy, the philosophical problems of Hinduism in this one statement. If you think you can connect with universe, you are Advaiti. If you think you can manifest as universe, you are Visishtadvaiti. If you think you are one with universe, you are Advaiti. If you know universe is one with you, you are Paramadvaiti. That's all. This four is the whole philosophical problems of Hinduism. Number is one aspect of you. Number universe is one parallel universe. Listen. Even if you miss one statement I am uttering, you will miss the whole essence. I really want you to know, how many of you understand the number is one aspect of you and the whole universe can be reduced to numbers? These two statements. Raise your hand. Whether it's your genetical code or DNA code. Actually, Paramashiva has put a barcode on you. That is what is your genetical code and DNA code numbers. He has put a barcode. Just like how you guys put the barcode on all products. Go to mall and see, even the fruits have barcode. Same way, Paramashiva has put a barcode on all of us. That is what is our DNA code. That is what is our genetical code. For this whole universe, there are codes, numbers. I tell you, if you can play with the number, actually, I'll give you one small example. I can just alter the number in my mind and raise my pressure, blood pressure, or lower it. If I just meditate on 11 ones, blood pressure becomes normal. If I just meditate on 9 nines, blood pressure just goes up. Hey, these are most important secrets I am revealing. Any of you have a blood pressure related problem, just meditate on 11, means 11 times. That 11. Try to utter that in your own mother tongue. How many crore, how many lakh, how many million, how many, what is the number of 11? Your blood pressure will become normal. Too simple. Just decide the 11 be my brain code for now. 9 nines. You will be fresh with a high adrenaline for a high adrenaline meeting. Vedic mathematics has the longest numbers defined linguistically. Hey, not just through digitally, linguistically defined. The Vedic mathematics has the linguistically defined names for 201. 200 times if you put 1, Koti Antara Koti is the number. 200 times you can put 1. There's a linguistic description for that in Vedic mathematics. Because the brain of the Vedic rishis was so vast, it was able to capture even the supercomputers can't capture it in the modern day. Listen, capturing the number and converting them into the linguistic, means the language, processing and expanding or subtracting or playing with it through the language foundation is wealth. Ability to convert the longest digits into language through the linguistic name, able to process the numbers, come to conclusions through the linguistic understanding, names, and convert them back to the number. It's like a 4 plus 4 is 8. So the 4 gets converted into the language called 4 and gets processed. 4 plus 4 is 8. And the 8 again becomes the number called 8. This flow, if it can happen for the longest numbers in your brain, that is called wealth. Lakshmi. Wealth grew if it is present in your brain. You have to be wealthy. Nothing can be done. This is the wealth grew. Wealth grew means ability to grasp the number and convert them into language. You know, it can be Sanskrit, English, Tamil, your mother tongue. And in the language, you process it. After the result comes, you convert that back to number. How many of you are understanding this circle? This whole thing? Raise your hand. This capacity, this groove is wealth, and it grows in your brain if you consume more ghee and curd and no meat. No meat. More ghee and curd makes this groove strong in your brain. Listen. Listen. Person who can play with long numbers digitally and linguistically will not fall sick, because the ability of brain handling number and language simultaneously increases the brain's capacity to automate all the automatic actions needed to happen in your body to keep your body and mind healthy. One of the conclusions I am giving you is, our grandparents who knows the table by heart, 100 into 100, they will tell simply in 1 second, live long, healthy, because your brain, when it develops the capacity to convert the number to language and process it in language, and result gets converted again back to number. This capacity, the brain simultaneously develops the capacity to give command to your liver, kidney, intestine, everything to work synergetically. Synergy of your brain to work with the number, work with the internal organ is one and the same. Your health and your ability to process the number is directly connected. The Iyengars, Ayers, who eat so much ghee, curd, they will have huge stomach. You will never hear them having heart attack and dying young. They will have huge bellies. You won't hear them having heart attack and dying young. They will be living 90, 100, comfortably pulling that huge belly. They will defy all your medical science because their brain knows how to synergetically command all organs. Hey, listen. All medical understandings about the belly, fat, everything, these Iyengars and Ayers will defy just because of this one capacity. I tell you guys, any one of you, do little research, put your 3 months time and research on your brain's ability to convert the number into language, your mother tongue, process it, and get the result in your mother tongue and convert it back to digit. Digit becomes your mother tongue, gets processed, and the result again becomes digit. This capacity and your health is directly connected. Any of you guys do research on this and establish, you will get a Nobel Prize. And I am giving you the theme for a Nobel Prize. Nobody ever looked into this. Listen. Healing the body, keeping the body synergetically healthy without any external medication is possible just by making the man's capacity to handle number into his mother tongue and process it and convert the result from his mother tongue back to digit. Understand? Your brain's capacity to convert the digit into mother tongue, process the digit in mother tongue, and the result of that process, converting that result again back to digit. This capacity and synergetically keeping your internal organs healthy. These two capacities are directly interconnected and one raises the other. One works on the other. Lots of health secrets can be revealed, discovered. Lots of modern day pharmaceutical mafia's myths will be destroyed. How many of you understand this Iyengars and Ayers having such big double-sized pot belly live for 100 years, defying all the myths of the modern day science? How many of you have seen it? Raise your hand. Not just one or two. Go to every Indian village, you will see Iyengars and Ayers with huge pot belly, living for 100 years, healthy, without going to any hospital, defying the whole modern medical science. Listen, what I am saying is one revelation from parallel universe. Your brain's ability to play with the number and your mother tongue is the same ability synergetically commanding your internal organs and spontaneously, simultaneously making them alive, aligning each other. Your ability to convert the digit into mother tongue straight makes your liver active intensely. Your liver is responsible for 500 various actions in your body. This capacity, pitta, it's called pitta. Pitta means ability to play between digital and verbal, digit and words. This capacity to play is called pitta. In Sanskrit, you will be surprised. The liver fluid is called pitta neer. In Ayurveda, see, in Veda, there are 6 Ubaveda. Jyotisha, which is number, and Ayurveda, health. These two are from same unit. Because our guys know number and health, ability to play with the number and ability to be healthy is one and the same. Both are from same root. If you understand astrology, you will understand health science. If you understand health science, you will understand astrology. Whole thing is just number. Number is the first parallel universe. Jyotisha Ayurveda interconnection itself is just number. Listen, just meditate on 1,000 crore. You will become fresh now. 1,000 crore. Don't try to skip. Don't try to escape from the number of zeros. For 1 crore, how many zero? Then naturally you have to calculate for 1,000, 3 zero. For 10,000, 4 0, for 1 lakh, 5 0, for 100 lakh, 7 0, and then 1,000 crore means 7 plus 3, 10 0, 1, that 10. Without skipping, without brushing it aside, just sit and meditate on 1,000 crore, you will become fresh. Because the number digit, becoming mother tongue, thinking through in your mother tongue, again becoming digit, makes your liver fresh. Liver, L-I-V-E-R, your liver, is responsible for simultaneous, spontaneous, synergetic trigger of all the internal organs and keeping you fresh and alive. Then just think, crore. Don't try to skip. Don't think, what am I going to do? Thinking of crore and crore. Whenever I need to calculate, I will pick up calculator or a cell phone or Apple Watch I have. If you are thinking your Apple Watch is enough for you to calculate numbers, the Apple Watch company fellow will become rich. If you depend on your brain, not only you will become rich, I tell you, listen. If you can handle larger numbers in your head, you will be beautiful. Because the symmetry of the body and ability to handle the number is one and the same. Hey, listen. Beauty is not related to shape of the body. It is related to symmetry of the body. Symmetry means how it flows in the eyes of the other. How it flows in the eyes of the other. That is the symmetry. Capacity to handle larger numbers makes you beautiful. There is so much in the number. I tell you, number universe is the first parallel universe. The statements I am making, all of them are absolutely logical and truthful. If you want to be beautiful, trust your ability to handle process numbers than beauty parlors. Beauty parlors may make some small changes in you, but the game of playing with numbers internally will make your internal organs alive, fresh. I tell you, if you can play with the numbers inside your brain, it is equivalent to doing 1 hour yoga. 10 minutes without getting tired, without skipping, playing with the numbers in your brain is equivalent to 1 hour yoga. You will trigger all your internal organs to be simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically activated. Loka samasta sukino bhavantu. If you trigger your brain, listen, brain is number, throat is mother tongue. If you sync both and trigger them, that will straight trigger the liver and make the liver work synergetically, spontaneously, simultaneously, and balance your whole internal organs, body, make you best, healthy and beautiful. Alison Asami is asking, are there any books you recommend on the topic? There are no books available. It's all my revelations directly from Vedas and Upavedas. There are no books available to give you this precise essence. It's like I have understood and grounded. You see, it's like a 10-ton sugar can. I crushed, took the essence, made it into sugar and just feeding into you. I grasped the whole Vedas and Upanishads and Upavedas. Took the essence I am sharing with you. The foundation, fundamental principle I am trying to establish now is the first parallel universe called number universe.
The art of effortless cleaning. The art of ease. Hitachi.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder. Why? Travel.
This is not for pride I am telling you the truth. See, the mitochondria cell energy. All of you know that mitochondria cell energy, which can be studied and clearly understood. Number. The medical science can tell you the mitochondria cell energy of each one of you. If you just do some blood test, it will reveal. We did a lot of researches. People had 600 times their mitochondria cell energy go up after my initiation during the inner awakening. We have studied and we have the papers, double-blind study. We can share it with you all. And that same doctor did mitochondria cell energy number of mine, which was 40,000 times more than any normal human being recorded till now. The human beings, mitochondria cell energy, largest number recorded as on now. Mine was 40,000 times more, not 40,000 percentage, 40,000 times more. It is just if you meditate on larger number, your mitochondria cell energy just shoots up. And mitochondria cell energy shooting up makes your body healthy, energetic, alive, fresh, and heals it completely. Somebody is putting the message. Swamiji reading Mrihendragama, where Paramashiva describes the structure of Brahmanda, that experience I am experiencing now in this session. Renaissance, I am making the Mrihendragama into an initiation, experience for all of you. So internalize it, receive it. You may think, how? If my brain thinks about number, my mitochondria cell energy will go up. It will. It will. And next, listen to this next. Not only if you think about larger numbers and internalize them, your mitochondria cell energy will go up. Even if you are touched by somebody who thinks large numbers in his brain, his mitochondria cell energy will be transmitted to you and your energy will go up. That is why Krishna says, wherever wealth is there, Shri is there, I am manifesting. Wherever wealth is there, I am manifesting. This whole thing is number. Brain grasping the digit, converting it into your mother tongue, a natural flow. Mother tongue is natural flow. In Ayurveda, thyroid gland and mother tongue have a same word. If you know Sanskrit, a little bit of Ayurveda, you will understand. Thyroid gland and mother tongue, for both in Ayurveda we have a same word. Your brain able to convert the digit into your mother tongue, process it in your mother tongue and convert that result from your mother tongue back to digit. That capacity, when it is expanded, it triggers your health. Spontaneously, simultaneously, synergistically. I am giving you simple revelations. You can process high complicated numbers and send that energy to somebody, that person will become healthy. You can process some crooked, complicated numbers in your brain. Just straight throw that arrow on somebody, that fellow will immediately die. This is the science of astras in Hindu tradition. Listen. When Arjuna, Karna, all these warriors go to war, enemy, how many of you are able to understand? Vishwamitra and goes. It is all just barcode sharing, password sharing. When Drona teaches Brahmastra to Vishwa, his son, Drona reveals it to his son, he just gives the barcode, password. It's like how the Indian politicians, they save all their money and put it in the Swiss bank, and that bank account number only they know. When they are about to die, they will tell that number secretly to his son and die. Or they will tell, hey, in the puja room, my grandfather's photo is there. Behind that photo frame, I have put that bank account number. Go and open the frame and see that is the bank account number. Take all the money and enjoy. And they'll die. That's exactly what Drona does to Ashwatthama. Barcode number, cosmic barcode number. For each of these astra, passcode is revealed. That's all. First, Ashwatthama will be prepared for his brain to have this ability to process large numbers for good or bad. The capacity will be built in Gurukul. Once the capacity is built, he will be given the number. That's all. To process the barcode. If you understand this, you will understand how the Ramayana Yuddha, Mahabharata Yuddha, all that happened. I can just process a number in my system and send it to you and make you healthy. Manifest enlightenment. Raise your consciousness to the higher level.
number universe is one of the most mind-boggling revelations from Swamiji. I mean, have we ever wondered, even when Swamiji revealed about the 14 lokas, the parallel universes, nobody would have ever wondered how could number universe, how can numbers form a universe, and how things are all coded based on numbers, everything in this universe, and how just by connecting to numbers, we will have enlightenment itself.
All of us are getting to enjoy. So it's exclusive. That's why Marupaksha, this link is not available anywhere else. Right. And now to all the participants that are here with us, we have a very, very important announcement to make. We request all the participants to intensely listen. This is a very important announcement that we are going to be. We have a very exciting and important announcement. We request all of you listening. Today is a very special and an auspicious day. Today is a very, very, very special and a very auspicious day. We have an important announcement to make for all of you. I hope the exciting, historic, sacred news about the Kailasa's Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhumi, the very place where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has stayed in one place for the longest in his advent on this planet Earth, is this place, the very home where the avatar spent his childhood in, has officially become part of Kailasa. So I know this news has been there for the last few days. It's been very exciting and going viral amongst the devotees, especially who are celebrating this beautiful, historic, sacred happening. And as we rejoice and celebrate this auspicious moment, this is something really near and dear for all of us. We also have a very important and an exciting news for all of you. The pre-inauguration rituals, which takes almost 5 days. Pre-inauguration rituals are going to be commencing from today, and the Prana Pratishta, which is breathing life into the deity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is also going to be happening today. This is actually a 5-day ritual. So it's a very, very, very special one. And today, Swamiji himself is going to be gracing and blessing all of us on this auspicious, sacred moment, where all of us are warmly welcomed to be a part of this auspicious ritual that's going to be happening today. This is going to be starting from, the darshan is therefore going to be starting from 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York time. And this is with the fallback included. So it's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The darshan is going to be starting at that time, followed by the pre-inauguration rituals and the Prana Pratishta of Swamiji's deity in the sacred land of Kailasa's Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhumi.
Very, very important historic occasion for every one of us around the world. This moment marks an important day in the history of not just Kailasa, but for all of the Hindus. We now have, in addition to all the existing glorious Tirtha Sthalas, Kshetras, we now have the Nithyananda Janma Bhumi as one of the most important kshetras, which for till the end of time is going to remain radiating the energy of the descent of the avatar. On this day, we are going to be beginning the pre-inauguration rituals. And this is a 3-day ritual process that will be happening. And we will be having the darshan at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which will lead up to the pre-inauguration rituals. We are all eager. I know every one of us are awaiting eagerly to see the very place in which the avatar descended. Every wall, every pillar of that house has been a witness to the glorious leelas played by the avatar.
How many of you have listened to the leelas of how when Swamiji was very, very young, a small child was just learning to crawl. And Swamiji's grandmother showed him a big box of shiny gold jewels, silver jewels, filled with shiny jewels, and kept it in front of the child. But Swamiji, as a young baby, crawled and removed all those jewels away, put his hand inside the box, pulled out a Rudraksha and held it with him. We still had that Rudraksha till date. And till before this, we all only had the Rudraksha with us. And today, we are going to be, and from the time the Kailasas, Shri Nithyananda Janma Bhumi became part of Kailasa, we are also now having the very place where this Leela happened. Whether the footprints of Swamiji's pet, which is there in the house, or the walls that witness the avatar in his childhood phase, playing all the amazing Leelas that he did, the doors, the very floor, everything still remains to this day and as a kshetra for all of us to worship. This inauguration is going to be happening very soon. And today, the pre-inauguration ritual, which is a 5-day ritual, is going to be commencing. That's going to be happening today.
And all the participants that are sitting with us here, every single day, we're all going to be learning a lot about this because there's so much to talk. Like not just every person of Tiruvannamalai, even every stone and every grass, every plant in Tiruvannamalai has something to tell about Swamiji. Because every single stone, every single grass has been a witness to the Leelas that Swamiji has played. That is the earth upon which Paramashiva descended. Thousands of years ago, he assumed his form there. And in his latest incarnation, in his Paramavatara, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he chose to descend there. To all the participants that are sitting here with us, this is going to be a very, very special occasion. All the Paramashivoham Level 1, Level 2 and Level 3 participants, please invite your friends and family members to join us in for the darshan. The darshan will be starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we request every one of you to welcome your friends, family members, all of them to join us. Now, let's come back to understanding about Swamiji revealed one of the most important truths. Every number is a devata. It has the individual independent intelligence for it to reveal the truths. They're all individual independent intelligence that manifests and interacts with us. Nithyananda, Majin, how are you all able to hear? I'm seeing one of the participants posting there's no sound. and all the participants of Paramashivoham. Thank you, Ma Vinuta. And to all the participants, there are many of you I see who ask how you can join Paramashivoham Level 3. If you want to join Paramashivoham Level 1, if you have not attended Paramashivoham Level 1 before, you can directly attend Paramashivoham Level 1. If you have graduated, if you have finished Paramashivoham Level 1, you can take Paramashivoham Level 2 as a course. And for you to join the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, if you have finished Paramashivoham Level 1 and Level 2, you can join Level 3. And in the Level 3 program, we are going to be having the most advanced revelations, and all the truths that Swamiji has revealed will be taken to an advanced level where we experientially understand about astral travel, parallel universes, and so on. So all those who have attended Paramashivoham Level 1 and 2 even once before are all eligible to attend Paramashivoham Level 3. If you have not attended Paramashivoham Level 1 and 2, we kindly request you all to go to Paramashivoham Level 1 and 2 respectively. And then if you have attended Paramashivoham Level 1 and 2, then you can come and join us in Paramashivoham Level 3 program. And as you sign in, you will actually see the option where you will have to check the boxes. So before you join, you'll have to check whether you have joined Paramashivoham 1. If you have finished Paramashivoham 1, just put a tick there. If you have finished Paramashivoham 2, put a tick there. Automatically lead you to Paramashivoham Level 3. If not, you will first be going to Paramashivoham Level 1 by default. So, Ma Irina, the darshan is at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Irina Mashraw, the darshan is at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And now the respective programs of Paramashivoham Level 1 and 2 will be resuming, and Paramashivoham Level 3 will be resuming. We will be having the darshan at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yes. All the Paramashivoham Level 3 participants, let us now resume understanding about the number universe, what Swamiji had revealed. Now, I'm going to start with asking you all a question, okay? From what Swamiji revealed to all of us just now. So my first question to all of you, Swamiji revealed about certain permutation combination of numbers, which when cognized will enable us to have impact on the physical matter, the physical realm. For example, Swamiji had revealed about how if we have the right visualization of a particular number, Swamiji had revealed how that will reduce the blood pressure. If we visualize a particular set of numbers, Swamiji revealed how it will increase the blood pressure. Now, can I request all the participants to go ahead, all the Paramashivoham Level 3 participants, to go ahead and type and post? What are those permutation combinations? See, simple things, Swamiji revealed. First thing is, whole universe belongs to the simple logic, which is nothing more than a number. Everything in this known universe can be reduced to a mere number. Whether it is your body, whether it's your health, wealth, relationships, your strategies, decisions, planets, Milky Way, DNA, the DNA strands, everything can be reduced to numbers. One of the best examples that Swamiji gave was the example of a supermarket. Let's say in a supermarket, whether you want to identify one of the biggest furnitures, the most expensive bag, or whether you want to identify an apple, the whole thing is systemized through numbers, barcodes, right? That's why when at the billing counters, they go based on the barcodes, the number associated with every single item. You buy a toothbrush, there's a barcode for it. Or you buy a big wardrobe, there's a barcode for it. You want to buy a bed, there's a barcode for it. You want to buy a chocolate, there's a barcode for it. Everything similarly in the known world can be reduced to a particular pattern of numbers. Whether it is your DNA code, your relationship with your mother, your relationship with your daughter, your relationship with your spouse, or whether it is the knowledge that exists, the data, whether it is technology, whether it is knowledge, whether it is language, whether it's everything, your existence, your blood pressure, your heartbeat, your pulse rate, everything can be reduced to mere numbers. But our understanding of number is very different. Swamiji tells the number universe is the first parallel universe. So we learned about the Bur Loka, Bhuar Loka, Suvar Loka, Mahar Loka, and so on. The number universe is the first parallel universe where everything is observed just as numbers. Everything in the known universe is observed as numbers. And one of the most amazing truths that Swamiji revealed is about how our ability to convert the longest digits into language through linguistic names, then being able to process the numbers and come to the conclusions through linguistic understandings and being able to convert them back to numbers in your brain indicates the presence of wealth group in your brain. And Swamiji said, just if anyone taps into this, they experience, just if someone taps into this one line of visualization, this is a Nobel Prize concept, thesis for Nobel Prize. If anyone studies this one thing and writes a clear thesis on this, Swamiji said they can open up new pages in the history of mathematics, in the world of mathematics, and they can get awarded a Nobel Prize. Why is this concept so complicated? Actually, you all should know. We have these numbers, right? We have ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, a million, and then we have a billion, and even after billion, we know the next number is trillion. And that's all. We just have this many numbers only, the names, the unit names to measure. But did you know in Hinduism, we have a unit word, clear word. Like for example, how will you measure the number which is 4 times trillion? We don't have a word for it. But in Hinduism, there are um, 4 times trillion. We don't have a word for it. But in Hinduism, there are clear number words, linguistic terminologies, like how we say 10,000s, there's thousands. Like that, in Sanskrit, there are numbers, denominators that indicates numbers up to hundreds of trillions. That is why Swamiji says anybody studies Sanskrit and learns to convert the linguistic, that phonetic syllables into numbers in their brain, they will literally experience enlightenment. Numbers have that power. Now, Swamiji gave an amazing technique for this. Okay, so we have Karin Shivnadar who's posted. It looks like the answer of any situation of numbers for any situation or organ, we can use it. Yes, all the numbers can be used for you to benefit in your respective aspects. Like for example, let's say you have the whole thing about blood pressure, for example. Now, just by meditating on a particular set of numbers, you will be able to reduce the blood pressure. In Hinduism, we have produced amazing geniuses like Shakuntala Devi, or whether it is Srinivasa Ramanujam. Each of them have been able to tap into this, where they're able to experience numbers not just as digits, but as independent intelligence that has the ability to convey to you experiences. That's why Swamiji tells, if we meditate on 1,000 crore, if you meditate on 1,000 crore, you will feel so fresh. Whenever you're sleepy, just try visualizing 1,000 crore. You'll become fresh. How many zeros are there in 1,000 crore? Try it. You'll suddenly feel so fresh. Now, whenever you meditate on 9 nines, you will start seeing the difference in the blood pressure. If we just understand this one thing, when you meditate on these numbers, you will see instantly the significance of it. You will see the way it impacts your life, the way you will physically see it reacting. Physically, you will see the changes that is happening in your system. All right. Now, I'm going to ask every one of you to sit and spend a few minutes on actually trying and meditating on this. Let's try the exact process that Swamiji reviewed. Just close your eyes and visualize the 10,000 crore. Just try visualizing the numbers. You don't need to do anything much. Just try visualizing the numbers. Please relax. Now, let us all enter into the next session where we learn about the 14 lokas mapped to the 25 states of consciousness.
Sometimes people ask me, what's the difference between various states of consciousness and various planes of the universe? Understand? If you go to dream state and come back, what you see in the dream state, what others see in their dream state will not be same. Both of you may be sleeping in the same room. But when you go to dream, the world will be different. When he goes to dream, the world will be different. But conscious planes, the multi-dimension planes of the universe means like a tapoloka, satyaloka, Kailasa. If he gets into Kailasa and you get into Kailasa and come back, description will be same. The scene is more like the subjective truths. Planes of the universe means subjective truth becoming reality in the universal plane. Understand? How? Now all of you experience the same in this Jakrat plane. This wall is same for all of you. This mic is same for all of you. The interpretations about the mic will be different. The knowledge about the wall will be different. Perception about the wall will be different, but wall is same. Understand? Truth is same. The facts you derive will be different. So this is the plane of Bhu. If you enter into the planes of Swa, Tapa, Satya, exploring those planes through the various states of consciousness, I should say, if we need to send a rocket to Mars, the fuel we need to fill is states of consciousness. If we need to reach Kailasa, we need to fill our being with Turyatita. The fuel is the states of consciousness. The place to reach the plane is those lokas. Sadashiva has given a very elaborate, detailed science. He has not left us orphans. Understand? If you leave your cell phone to your child and tell the child to call whenever he or she needs, and you have the capacity to appear the moment even he tries to type your number, you can't say you left your child orphan. No one can say your child has been left orphan. He has left us his cell phone number and he appears even if you start typing the number. Understand? He left the science to us. He has not denied it to the humanity. He has not denied it for the human beings. When the science is available, it's our responsibility to explore it. Of course, it's my responsibility to make it user-friendly for all of you. yoga as religion, that is Hinduism. It is from the Hindu culture, Hindu tradition. Yoga has evolved. Hindu thought current. Yoga has evolved. It's a gift we gave it to the world from the Hindu thought current. The original Vedic and Agamic description, definition of yoga, 3 levels: the science of exploring various powers, science of exploring various states of consciousness, science of exploring various dimensions of the universe. Understand? Some of the planets, the base material of the planet is diamond. You should know some of the planets are 80% diamond material. When we have access to the planets and able to transport, what will happen? Nobody can describe. Whether diamond market will collapse or value of our wealth will go up, we don't know. Access, possibility, opens new doors which can't be described. You do not know the result and end result. You do not know what all other doors can open through this. Same way, access to the multi-dimensions of the universe, you do not know how many new possibilities and doors open. And not only
Cone from Arun Ice Creams.
tradition, human beings having access are those beings contacting human beings. I don't even want to say in the modern day people are not doing it. No, we have enough of people who are doing it even now. The body which is fueled only by Sushupti, Jakrat Swapna means deep sleep, dreaming and little waking state once in a while because of cup of coffee. The body which was being dragged, functioning only with these states, if even little Turyatita is mixed, it is like a wow. Today I'll put little Turyatita. You will see the kind of a alchemy change in the system. God, what is going on? What is he doing to my system? I am just changing the fuel. Multiple things will happen. One, a thorough healing of the body. All the repaired parts get healed. All the friction disappears. Then, ability of your mind to see, perceive, cognize Jiva, individual self, Jagat, universe, Ishvara, Sadashiva. ability to cognize Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. Ability to connect with the Jiva, Ishvara and Jagat becomes high when you are fueled with the Turyatita space and state. That is why these 25 states of consciousness, knowledge about it and experience about it is very important. When the Turya and Turyatita gets into your system, the Karana, the organ-based projection of the world dissolves into your original state. So the original state becomes reality. Then the organ-based projection universe. Listen. Organ-based projected universe, as long as you are perceiving it, you are pursuing it, it will all be love, hatred, good, bad, right, wrong, jumps in the life. But when Turya and Turyatita is added to your biomemory, bioenergy, suddenly you will realize yourself is a much deeper and higher reality than the organ-based projected universe. Listen, what we call parallel universe, unmanifest, avyakta, the delusion component of Mahadeva, Trobhava, cannot be exactly translated as delusion. It should only be translated as ununderstandable, ununderstood or unknown. Trobhava is not, the precise word is not delusion. Precise word is unknown. The various permutation combinations of the 5 units, 5 unit principles is length, breadth, depth, time, space. 5 tattva, principal tattvas. The various permutation combination of these 5 principles forms 11 dimensions. Length, breadth, depth. These 3 dimensions operate in Bhu, the pure space where all other things merge into the space is Kailasa. The 14 lokas. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Bhatala, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapas, Satya. All those 14 lokas come under these 11 dimensions. Understand this 11 dimension, then I'll initiate all of you. Not just educating, I'll initiate also. Just I need to change the fuel in your body. The fuel with which you are functioning now needs to be changed. You will automatically have your eyes pulled by the third eye during the initiation. I'll also teach you guys to teleport and materialize antimatter. See, all teleportation
has to happen only through the antimatter. Vibhuti has to become antimatter, only then it has to become a Vibhuti again. So if I just ask you guys to stop in between, that's all. You have antimatter and billions of dollars. Cosmos cannot just brush you aside, push you aside, saying, okay, you throw tantrum, I'll do my job. No. Understand, if you read the Vedic literature, so many references will be there. A rishi is sitting in one forest, corner of the forest, under a tree and meditating. Indra's throne burns. Mahadeva's Kailasa shakes. Vishnu wakes up from his Vaikunta snake bed, rushes to attend. Have you not read these stories? What it means? Your tantrum cannot be neglected. Be a strong seeker, intense seeker. Never allow the worship of ignorance. Never allow worship of ignorance. I tell you, whatever you lost, wealth, time, energy, youth, I am telling you, everything is useless. Gain 10 times, 100 times more, anything you lost, just if you acquire one thing, seeking. If you stop worshipping ignorance, losing the spiritual seeking is the biggest curse. If you have not lost the spiritual seeking, don't worry, nothing is lost. It means you know how to throw tantrum and make the cosmic mother open the treasury, go down for us. Seeking is nothing but your ability to throw tantrum and get the attention of the cosmic mother. Are I am telling you, just sit under one tree with a depth and decision of seeking. Simply Kailasa has to shiver. Kailasa will shake. Don't try to be Ravana, trying to shake the Kailasa. You will be caught under. Just be a yogi. Vishnu cannot sleep there. Vaikunta will have a tsunami. He has to come down and attend to you. Because after all, Vaikunta, Kailasa and all is nothing but a parallel universe of you. Your Anagata Chakra. The parallel universe of your Anagata Chakra is Vaikunta. Parallel universe of your Anya is Kailasa. If you shake your Anya, Kailasa has to wake up and Mahadeva has to appear in front of you. Don't be arrogant out of your seeking. Actually, when you are seeking, arrogance will not even happen. Now when I am explaining, don't see this as arrogance. Very pure, clear, confident and the straight, right guidance I am giving you. It's not arrogance. When I say, if you sit and open your third eye, the parallel universe of the third eye, Kailasa has to shake and Mahadeva has to appear. I am It's not arrogance. When I say, if you sit and open your third eye, the parallel universe of the third eye, Kailasa has to shake and Mahadeva has to appear. I am not arrogant. I am just revealing some of the very deep sacred secret to you. If you sit and open your Anahata chakra with the depth of seeking, simply the Narayana has to wake up from his yoga nidra and appear in front of you. Oh my son, what do you want? Indra's throne will burn. Have you not heard these stories? These are not stories, they are truths. They are truths. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa on this auspicious Nithyanandotsavam, Avatara Brahmotsavam, Avatara Dina Brahmotsavam, second day. Listen. Listen. Surrender is the parallel universe synergy trigger. Let me repeat. Surrender is the parallel universe synergy trigger. Means, I'll try to expand. Please listen intensely. Even you listening about surrender, internalizing, trying to cognize, do manana about surrender, even thinking of doing surrender or planning, strategizing to do surrender, everything is parallel universe synergy trigger. Means Paramashiva has already decided and he has picked you up. You are handpicked. Now about Saranagati happens only if Paramashiva has decided you are his. You belong to him. It is parallel universe synergy trigger. It has multi-layer meaning. It's not that you surrender and Paramashiva accepts. He decided to accept you, then it triggers the surrender in you, the idea of surrender in you, thought of surrender in you. Kailasa decided to accept your surrender. Only then the surrender idea gets triggered in you. Bhakti, Saranagati, feeling connection, love, all of this towards the divine, Paramashiva and Guru, is parallel universe synergy trigger. The sync you and the parallel universe is synced continuously, consciously, spontaneously, simultaneously. Listen. Surrender is parallel universe synergy trigger. Let me expand. Listen intensely. Even you listening, hearing about Saranagati, Saranagati to Paramashiva or Guru,
the ultimate. Even you are listening or manana, thinking, or nididhyasana, manifesting. See, whether you try to listen and cognize or contemplate and strategize to manifest or manifest. Shravana, Manana, Nidithyasana. In all three levels, even you hearing about Saranagati, listening about Saranagati is parallel universe synergy trigger. Means only when Paramashiva decides to have you for himself, he triggers the idea of Saranagati in you. Don't ever think you decide to surrender, then Paramashiva accepts it. No. Understand the principle of time in parallel universe. In parallel universe, there is no past, present, future. It's a synergy. Synced energy manifestation is synergy. He decides, Kailasa decides, Paramashiva decides to have you for himself, then the idea of surrender gets triggered in you. Let me repeat. It is not that you decide to do Saranagati and then he accepts. No. He decides to have you all for himself, then he triggers from the parallel universe as a synergy trigger. Saranagati is triggered in you. Sanatana Hindu Dharma reveals about this cosmos. It has vertical time zones, higher worlds. Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Maha, Jana, Brahma, Vaikunta, Kailasa. The higher worlds and the lower worlds, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Bhatala. I'll project a simple description diagram of these lokas. Understand? Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Hinduism, reveals about the cosmos, the higher planes, vertical time zones, and the lower planes, both. Here I am projecting a simple description diagram of the vertical time zone. So understand, This is the rough description of cosmos revealed by Hinduism. The vertical time zones, Suvarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Brahmaloka, is where conscious and superconscious mutations happen. The lower worlds, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Batala, Rasatala, in these worlds, just physical and mental mutations happen. So understand, this Brahmanda, cosmos, is focused on giving superconscious mutation to all beings and ultimate oneness, Paramadvaita Anubhuti. Your brain is capable of that. You need to know that. When the consciousness of Paramashiva floods itself into your brain, the space of Paramashiva enters into your nervous system. The time of Paramashiva manifests through your skin. And just explodes as power manifestation in you. In your
Is muscular pain affecting your daily activities? Use counter pain. Fast relief, soothing, stainless and greaseless. Counter pain relieves muscular aches and pain. Available in 2 formulas. Counter pain, relieving pain for generations.
personal advice for anyone who is very intimate with me. Understand? Who are very loving, intimate with me. For them, who really take me seriously. For you, I only tell one thing. As much as possible, stop entertaining conflict, or stop enjoying, getting addicted to this conflict-centric life. See, you somehow feel you should desire something, and deep down you feel you should not get it. If you get it, you may feel bored, and you may take it for granted, and you should struggle for it, and then life should go on in the struggle, and the struggle is tasty. Some stupid conflict enjoying mental setup, that kind of a software programming has been done inside you, which you also cherish it. Drop that stupidity. That's all you need. If you want to manifest, manifest, enjoy. If you don't want, drop it, drop. But be integrated to what you want and what you don't want. Understand that that's all. As I said, life is all about integrity, not about good bad. It is not at all about good bad. It is all about integrity. You are a powerful possibility. You are a powerful possibility. You are a powerful powerful possibility. Listen to that. Consciousness is more powerful than the power of gravity, electromagnetic force, light nuclear force, and strong nuclear force. Gravity, gravitation force, gravity force, then the electromagnetic force, then light nuclear force, then strong nuclear force. All these forces, all the four, are much lower than the power of consciousness. Your power of consciousness as a capacity to reflect Paramashiva's consciousness. As I said, today's initiation, your health, your ups and downs can be intervened, altered, changed, corrected, completed, totally rewritten by intervention of Guru's initiation, Shaktipada, Shakti Nipada, energy darshan. Understand? My intervention in your life is consciousness of Paramashiva intervening into your consciousness and the space of Paramashiva manifesting in your nervous system. Skin of Paramashiva manifesting in your time. I tell you, simple few truths I will reveal. Listen. I have so many things to narrate. Simple. If you have the ability to handle your hunger-related pattern, it will be so easy for you to handle time. If you have the ability to handle the pressures or ups and downs created by your hormones, it will be so easy for you to handle your inner space. If you have the ability to handle the fear of expansion, everyone is afraid of expansion. If you are able to handle the fear of expansion, Paramashiva's consciousness will just manifest in you. We are greedy of expansion one side. Deep down we are also afraid of expansion. That is why whenever I pour initiation and Saktipada in you, within next 48 hours you try to come down and catch hold of the same old, small, silly, street fights. It's not even like a materialistic desire. Actually, your materialistic desires are not wrong. But you always want to live in conflict. You feel you should have materialistic desires and it should not be fulfilled easily, and you should go on be blaming someone for that not getting fulfilled. You enjoy these conflicts and conflict-centric life. That is where the whole mess is. I am telling you. Stop enjoying this conflict-centric life. In any field, the consciousness of Paramashiva can manifest intensely, ferociously, life in you spontaneously. Understand? Again, I wanted to remind you, a person under oath cannot lie. I am under cosmic oath. All the gods and goddesses of Kailasa are watching me right now, this moment. I have no right to blabber. I can't take your time for granted. I have to be absolutely integrated to your time, because for your boss, your time is money. For me, your time is your life. If you are coming and sitting with me, I know you are giving your life to me. So I have to make your life productive for you, useful for you. Whether I smile at you, love you, teach you, initiate you, hug you, in any way, what I do, whatever I do, I have to make your life productive, because you are not giving just your time. You sitting with me is giving your life. Understand? This basic few cognitions which I am saying today, just remember them for today's initiation. That is enough for me. And I don't expect you to remember all these great truths forever. I am a very practical person, and I know you guys don't remember. Listen, and I know you guys don't remember. And I am okay about it. I am not a person who has a high Hinduism is fundamentally science of the cosmos, introducing your existence not just in parallel universe, parallel multiverses. So understand, the first powerful cognition, understanding, satya, you need to grasp is, even now, you have a simultaneous existence in waking state and dream state. That is why very casually, spontaneously, you can slip into dream state and come to waking state without any effort. Sometimes when the brain fog is too much, you start feeling that there is no gap between the dream state and waking state. I can see when people stare into my screen, I tell them, I am in front of you in waking state. Please don't mistake, I am appearing in your dream state. This understanding expand your cognition. You exist in parallel multiverses like Swargaloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, and Kailasa itself. More than next to Tapoloka is Satyaloka, and beyond the Satyaloka is Vaikunta, the Parandama space. Satyaloka is the space of Parabrahma. Then the Vaikunta, Parandama space. Then Shripuram, Parameshwari's space. Then above all, Kailasa. Above the Kailasa, Maha Kailasa, Paramashiva space. Kailasa is where all the Anga Devatas and Avarana Devatas, everyone lives. People achieved the Salogya, Samipya, Sarubhya, Sayujya, Mukti with Paramashiva. All of them exist in Kailasa. In Maha Kailasa, he alone exists. In Paramadvaita Swarupa, Paramadvaita Satya. Listen carefully. I am repeating. Your own possibility, your own identity, your own self, your own existence, which you deny due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. That part which you denied due to your SDHD and fear, that part is yourself in Swargaloka. See, sometimes when you hear me talking about Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my relationship with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, how I had the initiation into Paramadvaita, even if you don't agree with all my lifestyle theories, principles, you feel, I think this is possible. This is possible. Maybe this possibility is available even for me. Not only for him, even for me it is available. It is possible. That clicks. Anything which clicks with you as possible, that is yourself in Maharloka. Listen. The part, the whole which you deny due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, SDHD, That personality, that identity, that self is the Swargaloka, self of you. When I describe my higher possibilities, if it clicks with you, I feel this is possible even for me. When I narrate about Arunagiri Yogeshwara or my death experience in Varanasi or my enlightenment experience in Arunachala or my experience of feeding Ganapati, how many of you feel, this is possible even for me? I don't think he is lying there. He may be doing many things which I may understand, may not understand, but he is not lying there and he is not telling lies. This possibility exists. Even I feel it is possible for me. How many of you click with those possibilities? Raise your hand. If it clicks with you, that personality, that self of you, which clicks with the higher possibility, is your identity, your self in Maharloka, Mahaloka. Janaloka means where billions of beings exist in complete sync. All of them are in the state of Advaita. All of them feel one with each other. Listen, Nithyananda of Janaloka experienced the oneness experience 360 degree at the age of 12. If you know what I experienced, what I describe as first enlightenment experience, that 360 degree, I felt I am alive. How much I am alive in the skin, the same level I am alive in the stone, plants, everything around me. After that, I could not even pluck a grass. Even for puja, I will only take the part of the grass, leaving the grass to live. Only one part I will take it and offer it for puja. I cannot uproot a grass. Because I know I exist. I exist. I exist. Nithyananda stationed at Janaloka experienced the oneness, Advaita with everything, and landed into the Nithyananda stationed at Bhuloka. Arunachala hill is connected to the whole, all 14 lokas. He is 14 loka. Embodiment of 14 loka, Paramashiva. All 14 lokas are within him. Arunachala has the address in all 14 lokas. If you write letter Arunachala Bhuloka, Arunachala Swarloka, Arunachala Maharloka, Arunachala Janaloka, Arunachala Tapoloka, in all 14 lokas, there won't be any address confusion. Simply the letter will be delivered. Because in all 14 lokas he exists. And more. Because is the linga. Is the linga. Not just sangha. Listen. Kailasa is sangha. I'm not disrespecting Kailasa. I'm giving you the understanding. Kailasa is sangha. Arunachala is linga. Paramashiva himself, deity. I'll give you the essence. The whole, the identity, the self, higher self of you, which you deny. Because of your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. SDHD.
உங்கள் ஏபிஜே அபிராமியில் வைர நகைகள் கண்காட்சி நடைபெறுகிறது. அற்புதமான டிசைன்களில் வேறெங்கும் கிடைக்காத விலை.
Abilities which clicks with you. See, there are some people, when they see some karate exercises like breaking concrete blocks, they feel connected to it and say, hey, I think this is my possibility. Then your identity in Mahaloka is that. If you feel, when I narrate about Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my powerful experiences, me feeding Ganapati, if you feel connected to it and feel like, this is my possibility, then your identity in Mahaloka is that. The possibility which you cognize as your possibilities is your identity in Mahaloka. The pure oneness you experience during power manifestation is Janaloka.
Nithyanandam, what Swamiji revealed beautifully in this session. We exist in all the 14 lokas. The same identity of ours. Our identity is our face, right? We recollect ourselves with our face mostly. The same face with different bodies exists in all the 14 lokas, the 14 parallel universes. That means there are 14 versions of you in each of the universe. You can imagine. And in each of these universes, our identity, our existence is connected through our breath. And Swamiji has beautifully mapped, revealed to all of us, relating that to how we exist, how we all map, in which state of consciousness do we transfer to what vertical time zone. This was an amazing session. Today, through the initiation that all of us are going to be receiving, we are all going to be traveling, all the Paramashivoham level 3 participants. Today, for the level 3 participants, we all have prepared for one of the most coolest initiations, where we travel to the vertical time zone, to the parallel universe of Pitruloka, the Janaloka, in which Pitruloka exists. We will be showing you all the map, exactly which place we are going to go. This is not travel from one country to the other. Rather, this travel is from one universe to the other universes.
And today is the special initiation where literally we are going to be doing the astral travel, traveling from this plane of existence to various different planes of existence and meeting with the deceased ancestors. When we use the word ancestors, we're not talking about someone who has left their body a few, decades ago, maybe a few generations ago. No, anyone that you would like to meet with, but is no more in the body. It might have been your grandfather, grandmother, sometimes your father, your mother, or unfortunately, your brother, sister, child, pet, anyone that you would like to meet with, but they have left their body and you would like to complete with them. You would like to experience deep completion with them. Today, you are going to get to experience that. And this is a
unique initiation. Every one of you that this is only for the Paramashivoham level 3 participants. For Paramashivoham level 2 participants and level 1, we have different initiations. For the level 3 participants, please bring the photographs of the ancestors that you'd like to travel and meet. You all can bring and settle down. We're all going to be entering into the darshan. I request all the participants.
Once again, we are going to be we are announcing this initiation especially for the Paramashivoham level 3 participants. For level 1 and level 2, you have a different set of initiations as the respective acharyas have already announced for you. To all the participants who are sitting with us in this Paramashivoham level 3 program, you have a very special initiation you're going to be receiving right now. Please take a few minutes and get the photographs of your ancestors, people who left their body, the deceased people, whom you really love. You have some kind of an incompletion or sometimes a guilt. Whatever you are struggling with and sitting, please get their photographs and sit right now. Make sure the photo is visible in the camera and you are also visible in the camera. And kindly settle down. Today, through this initiation process, today we all learned about the existence of parallel universe, how the 14 lokas exist, what are the thought currents that take you to those lokas, what is the gravitational force of these lokas. We learned about these elaborate revelations that Swamiji has given. And also we read the Shastra Pramana, how in Mrigendra Agama, these lokas are beautifully described. So it's time now, whatever we have learned, we are going to be experiencing them. So are you all ready? Please kindly turn on your cameras. And as we had announced previously, today, we are going to be commencing the very special 5-day pre-inauguration ritual of Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhoomi. So all of us are getting prepared for it, as well as to witness Swamiji doing the Prana Pratishtha of the Supreme Point of Hinduism's deity. So there's very exciting things we are going to get to witness. So today, the initiation we are going to be receiving is traveling to the parallel universes. Yeah.
You can see, this is your chart, I should say, the chart of travel. Where exactly we are going to be going, which plane, and what is the state of consciousness that you will be in by the end of the darshan. Today, all of us are having the darshan of Sadashiva Murthy, the very form of Paramashiva through which he manifests performing the Pancha Krityas of the cosmos. Are all of you ready for this astral travel? Are all of you ready to travel to the higher planes of universes? Understand, we are going to be going approximately to, actually we're going to be traveling through 4 of the parallel universes and reaching the 5th. So we're all in Bhuloka. We're going to be going through Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka, Maharloka, and sorry, the 4th Loka, which is the Janaloka. We are going to be traveling through 3 of the parallel universes and reaching to the 4th parallel universe. As you all can see here in this chart, we are currently in Bhuloka, as you all can see, and we will be entering into Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka. And Janaloka is where the Pitrus exist. In the Janaloka, there's a subloka called the Pitruloka, and this is where our ancestors exist. So hope all of you had a moment to glimpse through this. Now, today during the initiation, Swamiji is going to be lifting us by infusing a fuel, a biofuel called Ojas. Like how for a flight to take off, you need a white petrol, right? Similarly, Swamiji is going to be inducing the fuel, the biofuel called Ojas. That is our bioenergy, which is a conscious fuel. And that when that Ojas, the life energy, is infused into us, our body takes off to the parallel universes. Swamiji tells, weight does not matter for your travel. Even if you think you're the heaviest, you're, whatever your physical weight, your physical appearance, or there are no physical restrictions. But even having a few amount of thoughts, incompletions can affect your smooth travel. Like for example, in Tapoloka, gravity acts upon you only when you are unclutched. Else you will start falling from Tapoloka. Unclutching is the space which holds you there. Each loka functions as per the law, the Sanatana Dharma that Paramashiva intended it to function based upon. Today, all of us are going to be transversing through the Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka, Maharloka. Maharloka is the largest of the 14 lokas. It's the largest parallel universe. And we are going to be traveling through these 3 lokas and reaching the Pitruloka, the abode of the ancestors, where all our ancestors exist. The form of Paramashiva that all of us are going to be having a darshan of is Sadashiva Murthy, the Sadashiva Murthy form of Paramashiva. We will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of this form. Actually, when you understand this form, you will understand about the whole Panchakritya that Swamiji was revealing to us today about. And how he governs not just our loka, all the 14 parallel universes. He sits with his 5 heads and he does the Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, and Anugraha. Now, we're chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Sadashiva Murthy. I request all the participants. In the meanwhile, I'm still seeing some of you settling. And yes, some participants are asking if this initiation is only for PSM 3. The astral travel initiation is exclusive for PSM 3 participants, and for PSM 1 and PSM 2 participants, Paramashivoham level 1 and level 2 participants, this initiations, there'll be respective initiation for each of you in your respective programs today. So to all the participants of Paramashivoham level 3, all of you are going to be receiving initiation into astral travel, traveling through the parallel universe to meet their ancestors. And the level 2 participants, you're going to be receiving initiation into saying yes to life, the space of Upanishad. And all the Paramashivoham level 1 participants, you're all going to be receiving initiation into integrity.
Now we are going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Bhagavan Sadashiva Murthy.
शाक्तेनानेन सकलो विज्ञेयो निष्कलः शिवः क्षित्यादिकुटिलाप्रान्तः मन्त्रसिंहासनस्थितिं शुद्धस्फटिकसङ्काक्षं द्वात्रिंशल्लक्षणान्वितं पद्मासनस्थं पञ्चास्यं प्रतिवक्त्रं त्रिलोचनम् दृक्विच्छेया विशालाक्षं ज्ञानचन्द्रकलान्वितं धवलेशानवदनं पीतं तत्पुरुषाननं कृष्णाघोरमुखोपेतं रक्ताभोक्तवक्त्रकम् सुश्वेतं पश्चिमास्यैकं सद्यो जातं समूर्तिकं नागोपवीतिनं शान्तं जटाखण्डेन्दुमण्डितं शक्त्यशिशूलखट्वाङ्गं वरव्यग्रकराम्बुजं दक्षिणे रथवामस्भै डमरुं बीजपूरकं नागाक्षसूत्रं नीलाब्जं बिभ्राणं पञ्चाभिः करैः दिव्यगन्धानुलिप्ताङ्गं दिव्यपुष्पैरलङ्कृतं हारकङ्कणकेयूरैर्मुद्रिताभिरलङ्कृतं सञ्चिन्यमूर्तेरूपरि शक्तिमात्रविजृम्भणम् लिङ्गाकारोपमर्देन भावने लिङ्गतां त्यजेत्. The next is the Dhyana Shloka of Satyojata. The Satyojata is Sadashiva's aspect of creation. कुन्देन्दुशङ्कस्फटिकावभासो वेदाक्षमालावरदाभयाङ्कः त्रक्षश्चतुर्भुजवक्त्र उरुप्रभावः सद्योऽधिजातोऽवतु मां प्रतीच्याम्. The next is the Dhyana Shloka of Vamadeva, Sadashiva's aspect of sustenance. वराक्षमाला भयटङ्कहस्तः सरोजकिञ्चल् कमलासवर्णः त्रिलोचनश्चारुचतुर्मुखोन्मां पायादुदीच्यां दिशि वामदेवः. The next is Aghora, Sadashiva's aspect of rejuvenation. कुठारकेटाङ्कुशशूलढक्का कपालपाशाक्षगुणान् दधानः चतुर्मुखो नीलरुचिस्त्रिनेत्रः पायादघोरो दिशि दक्षिणस्याम्. The next is Tatpurusha, Sadashiva's aspect of pulling out of delusion. प्रदीप्तविद्युत्कनकावभासो विद्यावराभिधिः कुटारपाणिः चतुर्मुखस्तत्पुरुषस्त्रिनेत्रः प्राच्यां स्थितो रक्षतु मामजस्रम्. The next is Ishana, Sadashiva's aspect of liberation. वेदाभयेष्टाकुशाट्पशाङ्कः कपालढक्काक्षरशूलपाणिः सितद्युतिः पञ्चमुखोऽवथोन्माम् ईशान ऊर्ध्वं परमः प्रकाशः. Each of these aspects of Sadashiva, each Dhyana Shloka, the sacred chants, describe the respective dimensions of Sadashiva. The phase through which he performs creation, the phase through which he performs sustenance, the phase through which he performs rejuvenation, the phase through which he performs pulling out of delusion, and the phase through which he performs liberation. Today, during the darshan, all these 5 phases of Sadashiva is going to be gracing us while we all are lifted to the parallel universe of Pitraloka.
I see many of you asking regarding darshan, the darshan, and all of us are waiting for it because understand today is a very, very special day. As we had earlier mentioned, the darshan is going to be starting in just a few more minutes. As we mentioned today, we are going to be a part of the grand celebration of the pre-rituals, the pre-inauguration, the rituals of pre-inauguration of Kailasa's Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhumi, the very place that has witnessed the grand leelas of the avatar since his very advent on this planet Earth, whether the very first deities that Swamiji himself personally carved, the first Rudraksha that Swamiji actually pulled out when usually children are very attracted to shiny gold objects. Like how in the Dalai Lama, we have this tradition of identifying the next Lama by bringing a few of the items that are used by the previous Lamas, the child identifies. Similar way, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma too, we have such processes. This is exactly what was done by some of the great masters and Swamiji's grandmother. When Swamiji was a small baby, Swamiji's grandmother, in this very place, she had actually opened up all the gold jewels, box full, a trunk full of shiny, sparkly jewels. But different from what any other normal baby would do, Swamiji went, put his hand into that trunk, moved away all the gold jewels, and pulled out a Rudraksha mala, which we still have to this day. Till before the Nithyananda Janma Bhumi, Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhumi became part of Kailasa, we all were just having the Rudraksha that Swamiji had pulled out, and that is that small baby. Now, the very place where this Leela happened is officially, legally, Kailasa's Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhumi.
Actually, when Vyasa Mahamuni, when he writes the Bhagavatam, right, he's about to sit and start. The very first thing he tells as he meditates, so Bhagavatam is a very beautiful scripture which describes the Leelas of Bhagavan Shri Krishna. So he very beautifully sings. He says, Tava kathamritam tapta jivan. So he very beautifully sings. He says, Tava kathamritam tapta jeevanam kabibiriditam kalmashapaham shravanamangalam srimadhadatam bhuvigranantite bhurite jana. He tells, your story is so sweet. Kathamritam. He tells like the nectarine leelas that you have done. Just listening to that, all the beings in this whole existence will flower into enlightenment. Bhuvigranantite bhurite jana. He tells that is the best tapas to do. Just by doing the Leela Dhyana means just by remembering your glorious pastimes, just by reminiscing the beautiful Leelas that you have played. Oh Prabhu, that is the best tapas one can do. Every time I listen to that verse, I just feel like all of us are blessed with that experience. For us, it is not just merely doing the Leela Dhyana, we are witnessing the Leelas every unfolding day. Just like how for all the Vaishnavites around the world, the kshetras such as Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi, where people all go and do the Vrajamandala Parikrama, where from the place where he used to take bath, where he used to run around and play with the gopikas, everything is cherished. And Sri Rama Janmabhoomi, similarly, for all the Hindus, the 2 billion of us Hindus, this Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, the very place where the avatar Paramashiva chose to descend, the very place where the formless assumed the form, the very place where our beloved Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, incarnated, that very house now becomes a sacred kshetra of pilgrimage for all of us Hindus.
And understand every stone in Tiruvannamalai, especially this is the only place where Swamiji has been the longest. Every single stone, every pillar, every grill of the window of this Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhumi is a witness to the Leelas of the avatar from the moment of his advent on this planet in this beautiful form, the ever compassionate form as our beloved Swamiji. And today, the rituals for the pre-inauguration are going to be commencing. And in that very place today, we are going to witness a very beautiful happening of Swamiji himself doing the prana pratishtha of his deity in Kailasa, Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhumi. Understand, this place is going to be celebrated, worshipped as long as the sun and moon exist. This is going to be a kshetra for the 2 billion Hindus that is living and practicing Hinduism now and forever. All of us are getting to be a part of this historic event, and of course, a very sweet day for all of us. It's really a huge blessing that each one of you that are tuned in today, because you're going to be part of that historic group which is able to attend this event by sitting in the two-way video conferencing, receiving the Nayana Diksha from Swamiji. Understand, the Prana Pratishtha process is where this is actually very unique to Sanatana Hindu Dharma. While all the civilizations have been striving to find how to be immortal, what is life, what is death, Sanatana Hindu Dharma mastered into such an adept level where our masters had the science to be able to breathe life into this stone, making it a deity. That process of breathing the life energy into the deity and making it alive, literally making the gods, goddesses land into the deity, is called as Prana Pratishtha. Today, we are all going to witness this very happening, the Prana Pratishtha. Actually, this whole ritual is a 5-day event, and Swamiji is going to be himself giving us all the darshan and commencing this auspicious rituals. You all can take a few minutes and post it on your Facebook pages as to how blessed you feel to be here. One, as a Hindu, to be part of this historic event, and as a disciple of Swamiji, how do you feel? How blessed do you feel this boon to be here, to witness this, and be part of this sweet journey of Kailasa's Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhoomi, which is going to be inaugurated very, very, very soon.
And every pillar, every wall in that house is a witness to how the avatar descended, how Swamiji used to crawl around in that same house. He used to do all his leelas, whether carving deities, feeding his Ganesha, or whether waking up. Actually, we still have the exact room from which Swamiji used to have the darshan of Arunachala every single morning. The one spot of that house from which the window from where Swamiji could see Arunachala every single morning. And from his young age, actually everyone in Tiruvannamalai, every stone, every grass, every plant, every being in Tiruvannamalai reminisces the joy of having witnessed an avatar. If even today, if you go and if you ask the people in Tiruvannamalai, right, they all will proudly say, wherever Swamiji is, he's from our city. He's our, he's from this Tiruvannamalai. He belongs to us. They have a unique right over Swamiji. They celebrate that unique sense of, feeling of belongingness with Swamiji.
Actually, if you go to Tiruvannamalai, when Swamiji is in Tiruvannamalai, and when Swamiji goes and gives the darshan to all the people, the common mass of Tiruvannamalai, they will actually push us all away and they'll say, Swamiji belongs to us. All of you are only coming later. Swamiji is ours. He happened here in Tiruvannamalai, and every single person will have some story in relation with Swamiji. Whether, I was this teacher of Swamiji in this particular class, or I was this person who saw Swamiji at this age. Every single person there will have their own right over Swamiji, even if when Swamiji goes to any place, when the sannyasis are there around Swamiji, usually in all other places, yes, people will have a rush to come and take blessings from Swamiji. But in Tiruvannamalai, it's even more unique. People are so possessive. They own Swamiji, literally. The whole Tiruvannamalai owns Swamiji. So they'll actually push us all away and they'll be like, Swamiji is ours. And you'll see, and Swamiji, when Swamiji goes to Tiruvannamalai, literally you will feel like you are witnessing Swamiji in his childhood, like literally like that. That very place, and specifically the place where Swamiji descended, where he happened and where he lived the longest, that home is now Kailasa's Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhoomi.
And to this day, all the beings there cherish their one moment or that few minutes of their or that time that they have spent with Swamiji. Right from Swamiji's, whether the school teachers or whether the headmasters or whether the people there, every one of them reminisce and cherish those moments. And the Nithyananda Janma Bhoomi, Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhoomi stands tall, singing the glory of these extraordinary leelas played by the avatar. Now, let us all get ready to receive the darshan of Swamiji, and let us all get ready to witness the pre-inaugural rituals of Sri Nithyananda Janma Bhoomi. Now, let us all get ready. Please sit straight with the head and spine in a straight line. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham.
要找一个好的房屋经济不是这么容易。
Kita memang menggunakan banyak research lah online.